Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Becomes Red Hood Vigilante? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. It takes one bad day to change everything. For Izuku Midoriya, he had multiple. The first bad day was that day when he was 4 years old. In a world where everyone had a superpower called quirks, he was one of the few who didn't have one. He was powerless, worthless, defenseless. He was a Deku. The second bad day was when his former best friend found out he was useless. Katsuki Bakugos was the opposite of Izuku in many ways. But the most important way was in that he had a quirk. One that granted him the ability to sweat and ignite nitroglycerin. And such, he went from Izuku's best friend to his worst bully. But he didn't mind those 2 days all that much. He had his mother after all. She didn't believe in his dream to become a hero. Someone who can save people. But she loved him. She loved him so much. And he loved her. Which is why the third bad day was the worst of them all. Izuku was only 7 years old. He was playing with his favorite toy, an All Might action figure. He admired the #1 hero with all his heart, and he yearned to meet him. Izuku was in the middle of reenacting one of his favorite All Might fights when his mother came home. She was looking around nervously before spotting her child. "Izuku!" "Mommy!" Izuku said happily. The small child hugged his mother around the waist. She hugged him back before picking him up. A banging on the door startled the two, causing Inko to look back with fear in her eyes. She turned back to her son. "Izuku, you have to listen to me," she said urgently. "Mommy!" Izuku curled against his mother's chest as someone banged on the door again. "Izuku, you have to do what I say, okay?" Inko urged her son. Izuku was getting scared, but he nodded. Inko carried Izuku over to the oven and opened it. She pulled out the racks and stuffed Izuku inside. "Mommy, what are you doing?" "Trust me, baby. This is for you." Inko smiled before kissing Izuku on the forehead. She closed the oven as Izuku shrunk back into the oven. She hid the racks inside a cabinet before hurrying over to a closet door. The banging became louder, before being accompanied with a loud crash. Izuku covered his mouth to keep himself from screaming. He peeked out from the see-through oven door, eyes widening. "Is that Fist-Tick, the workout hero?" he thought in wonder. The hero was known for being a leader of a gym, helping train rookie heroes to become stronger. But why is he here? And why is Mommy scared of him? Izuku wondered as he watched Fist-Tick make his way inside. Outside the oven, Fist-Tick walked through the house as he looked around. He growled as he made a fist, his knuckles cracking. Suddenly, Inko appeared out of nowhere and pointed a pistol at Fist-Tick. "Stay away. Get out of my home," she threatened. Fist-Tick looked at her before laughing. "Seriously?" he chuckled before grabbing the nearby table and hurling it at Inko. Inko's eyes widened before she ducked, barely dodging the table as it shattered against the wall. Inko tried to shoot Fist-Tick, but the bigger man ducked under the bullet before knocking the gun away and grabbed her by the throat. Inko choked before trying to punch Fist-Tick, only to cry out in pain as her wrist broke. "Stupid bitch!" Fist-Tick yelled before he slammed Inko down. She cried out in pain again before she was thrown onto the counter in the kitchen. Blood came from her mouth as she coughed. She looked up to see the terrified eyes of her son looking back at her, filled with confusion. She tried to smile at him. But her eyes widened before becoming blank, a hole where her forehead was and blood splattered over the oven. Izuku froze in shock inside, still not understanding. Dumb bitch. Should have kept her nose in her own business. Fist-Tick grumbled. He dropped the gun and pulled off his gloves before stuffing them in his pocket. He walked out of the house, not caring about the body. Inside the oven, Izuku could only shake where he was. His eyes were glued to the red on the outside of the oven, where his mom had tried to smile at him. Right before she died. Izuku tried to smile himself, tried to pretend everything was fine. But he couldn't. He could only shake, his eyes looking dead. It was an hour later, when the Bakugos came over for dinner. They were met with the sight of the murdered Inko, and instantly called the police. Izuku could barely even respond to them being in his house, until his bully began to scream his name in a panic he didn't know he would muster. Izuku shakingly pushed the oven door open. "Izuku!" Mitsuki screamed in relief as she hurried over and scooped him up. Masaru and Katsuki also hurried over as Mitsuki squeezed the boy, crying in relief. The newly arrived police escorted them to the police station, where the officers tried to ask Izuku for answers. But the boy stayed silent. 2 weeks later, Izuku was officially adopted by the Bakugos and taken to their home. He was put in the same room as Katsuki, the bully now a former bully. Izuku found it sickeningly amusing that it took the death of his mother for Katsuki to stop bullying him. Though he did appreciate the explosive blonde standing up for him when someone tried to mess with his head by talking about his mother. The days fell into a standard routine. The two boys would wake up. They go to school. Katsuki blew up everyone who tried to pick on Izuku. They go home. Mitsuki would have a yelling contest with Katsuki over every little thing. Izuku would sit in front of the TV, notebook and pencil in hand, watching heroes work. And they go to sleep. It was only 3 years after Inko's death that Katsuki started to pay attention to Izuku for real. And he took a look inside Izuku's notebook. "Hey Deku!" Katsuki stomped into the room. Izuku was sitting with a fresh notebook and pencil, eyes glued to the TV screen. "Yakakin? What the hell is this?" Katsuki grunted as he tossed a worn-out notebook in front of Izuku. The greenhead looked down to see an entry of a pro hero and their battle against a villain. Damage done to area, 23%. Damage caused by hero, 57%. Damage paid for, 10%. Heroes fight. They use their quirks. And they cause a lot of damage at times. Izuku said simply as he looked back up to the TV. "So why are you taking these kinds of notes?" Katsuki grunted as he plopped himself on the couch behind Izuku. "I'm trying to figure it out." "Figure what out?" "The difference between heroes and villains." Izuku said. Katsuki gave Izuku a look. "The FCK is that supposed to mean? Is an obvious USHTTY nerd." Is it? Izuku's cold tone made Katsuki pause. "Is it really that obvious? What's to say that a villain isn't just a hero in disguise? Or vice versa? Are you saying that villains are heroes and heroes are villains?" Katsuki said irritably. "I'm saying that things aren't always so clear." Izuku picked up the worn-out notebook and moved to the couch, Katsuki sitting straight as the greenhead flipped through the pages. "Look at this. This villain was trying to put out a fire, but lost control of his quirk. Falrita broke his bones and collapsed a section of a building. Yet he was praised while the villain was taken to prison without receiving medical care." Izuku said as he pointed to the page. "What about Death Arms? He took down a guy who was trying to destroy a company building and just knocked the F-ker out." Katsuki countered as he pointed to said hero on the news. "And here is Rekiglita. She was accused of assault, but was let off simply because the accuser stole medicine for his kid and she was a hero. Gang Orca saved a villain from drowning. And that guy was trying to sink a cruise ship. Are you starting to see?" Izuku asked. Katsuki frowned. "You're saying that some heroes are villains? And some villains are just regular people in bad situations?" Izuku said. Katsuki scowled. "Heroes are heroes for a reason, Deku. You can't be a hero if you're a villain," he growled. "Yes, because a piece of plastic decides that," Izuku said. Katsuki growled as he turned away. That was his first hint of what was changing. A week later, Izuku started to take martial arts classes. He started with boxing, adopting a swarmer style of boxing. Katsuki was annoyed at first, but he soon found a decent sparring partner in Izuku. The two actually enjoyed fighting with each other, as it helped distract them from the days at school. There was something refreshing about fighting against such aggressive opponents. Katsuki was happy to finally have someone to actually fight with. After a year, Izuku finished his boxing training and went on to Krav Maga. His attacks became faster, more brutal. And, to some people's concern, knife fighting. He was often found throwing knives at different targets, practicing. He even started taking kenjutsu. He took the classes to learn martial arts, but he trained himself to fight with Katsuki. The two became the best fighters in their middle school, though Izuku was still looked down on for being quirkless. He didn't care. It had been 7 years since his mother died when Izuku asked to be transferred. He asked to go to Kyushu, where he would go to Fukuoka Junior High School. Mitsuki and Masaru were confused, but agreed to help him move. Izuku was packing his stuff when Katsuki walked in. "Hey," he grunted. "Hey." Izuku nodded back. Katsuki put a couple of boxes down on the ground before looking around. "So, you're going away?" "Yep." "Here." Izuku turned around to have red tossed in his face. He pulled it off and looked at the red hoodie. Another piece of clothing smacked his head, and he looked at a brown leather jacket. "My parents didn't see me buy them or carry them in, so no one but me knows you have them." Katsuki grunted. "Thanks, Kaken, these will help a lot. You better not skip any of our spars, you Uzui nerd." Katsuki grumbled before stomping out. With a tearful goodbye, Izuku was transferred and had an apartment to himself, with the funding of the Bakugos. He promised to visit and do well in his studies, and to spar with Katsuki every Saturday. Which leads us to right now. Izuku walked into his bedroom and looked around. There was a bed on the ground, a desk for his computer, a closet for his clothes, and a chest for anything else. Izuku nodded to himself. This would do. He placed a box on the desk and ripped it open. Inside was a collection of notebooks. He took them out and stacked them on his desk. He took one and flipped through the pages before walking over to the blank wall. He hung a corkboard and began sticking a bunch of pictures on it. Soon, it was covered with different heroes. He looked at the first one, featuring a tall muscular man with a grin and large chin. His green eyes narrowed before he walked to the closet and flung it open. "Line break. Here we go." "Slide and Go," said cheerfully as he tossed a villain at the feet of the police. "Thanks, Slide and Go. These guys were pretty annoying," the officer said as he handcuffed one of the villains. "Well, it's my job as a hero to make sure these villains are caught. Just let me know and I'll slide and go," the hero said before zipping away as the officer groaned. "Okay, now you're coming into the station," the officer said as he pulled the villain to his feet. "Piss off," the villain grunted as he shoved the officer away with his shoulder. The officer grunted as he bumped into his car. "Hey, watch it," the officer warned. "Or what, you're gonna pull your gun on me?" the villain challenged. "I will." "Watch me?" The officer grasped at an empty holster. The villain and officer looked at the empty belt. The officer looked into his car, hoping to see his shotgun, but no dice. "Well, I hope they taught you karate 'cause I'm about to beat your butt." The villain chased the officer down the street as the two hollered. Nearby, a figure slunk back into their alleyway. Slide and Go continued to patrol his area of the city as the hours passed. He looked around, seeing nothing that needed his immediate attention before sliding off. He zipped through the streets until he reached the docks. He hummed as he slid past various crates and warehouses until he came across one warehouse. He opened the door and slid inside. "Hello? Anyone here?" he called with a hand to his mouth. "Hey, you're just in time," someone called back to him as they walked into view. "Oh, hello. Hello. I heard you the first time." "Sorry." Slide and Go chuckled as he slid forwards. "I just get a bit giddy at times." "About what?" "About meeting a new friend. Welcome to the Meta Liberation Army." Sliding Go opened his arms. The figure nodded. "Thanks. By the way, I heard about the MLA through a friend, but they didn't really give me all the details." "So?" "Of course." Slide and Go chuckled as he slid over to the figure, who pulled themselves to sit on a crate. "So, what exactly is the MLA?" "The Meta Liberation Army. When quirks first came around, people with meta genes were disliked and discriminated against." "Yeah, I know that. A woman gave birth to someone with a meta ability and argued that it was just one of his quirks. And thus, the name of our meta abilities." Slide and Go nodded with his smile never disappearing. "She argued for the rights of people with quirks, and thus became known as the mother of quirks." "That's just common history though. Why is that important?" "Well, she argued for the freedom of people using their quirks." But the government, while they made laws to protect and accept quirks, they also made laws that restricted them. And so, the Meta Liberation Army fights for the proper rights of the metahumans, to be able to use their quirks freely. Slide and Go said with spread hands. The figure hummed. I get it. So, you're fighting for anarchy? Oh no, not at all. We understand the importance of the government. However, we must fight for our natural right of being able to use our quirks. Slide and Go said. What makes it our natural right though? That we were born with them. You're not very good at arguing. Ha, perhaps. Slide and Go chuckled again before looking around. Strange, the others should have arrived by now. The others? The other people meant to be here? Oh yeah, them. Tell me, who is the friend that told you about the MLA? Slide and Go turned back to the figure. He blinked when he saw that the figure was gone. He whirled around trying to find them. You're the friend. Slide and Go whirled around to look up. The figure was sitting on top of a crate. The moon was shining in, revealing the figure. They had a red hoodie, blue jeans, and a leather jacket on. The hood was pulled up and a Halloween mask was covering their face. A long pipe was slung over their shoulder. You know, I came here to deal with you since you've been secretly helping deal drags to kids and such. But now I found out that I got bigger fish to fry than a drag dealer. Who are you? Slide and Go's smile was gone as he yelled at the figure. Where are the people supposed to be here? A body bag, followed by several others, rolled down to land in front of Slide and Go. He looked down in shock. Those are your friends. All knocked out and ready to be put in jail. That took me a few minutes. Izuku pulled off the pipe and held it at the ready. Want to see what I can pull off in less than an hour? Very well. Slide and Go said as he leaned forwards. The hero slid forwards, gliding over the ground before leaping up to the containers. He threw a powerful punch which was blocked by Izuku's pipe. The teen whipped the metal stick around and smacked Slide and Go back. The hero landed on the ground before dashing around. Izuku watched him carefully as the hero built up momentum before slamming into the container at the base of the stack. Izuku grunted as the tower collapsed. He pushed off one of the containers and landed in a roll. Slide and Go appeared behind him and knocked Izuku down with a powerful punch. Izuku rolled to his feet before spinning to swing his pipe again. Slide and Go slid backwards to avoid the swing before dashing forwards again and socking Izuku in the face. The quirkless kid rolled backwards and swung his pipe at the hero's knees. Slide and Go jumped over the swing and kicked Izuku's face, sending him sprawling. With all that bravado, I thought you would put up a better fight. Slide and Go said as he slid forwards. I'm just getting started. Izuku growled before pulling out a kitchen knife and hurling it at Slide and Go. The hero made a sound of surprise as he ducked to the side only to receive the pipe to the face. Izuku smashed his pipe against Slide and Go's side, causing the hero to curl. Izuku spun his pipe and swung it again, only for the hero to catch it. Sticks and stones can't even break my bones, the hero taunted before slamming a fist into Izuku's stomach. He coughed before being punched in the face. Slide and Go spun and slammed the teen against a container before punching him away again. Izuku grunted as he staggered back, without his pipe. The hero threw the pipe away and turned back to Izuku with a smug look on his face. What will you do without your weapon? The hero taunted. He dashed forwards and threw another punch. Izuku ducked under, and the hero let out a cry of pain as he stopped. He touched his chest before looking at Izuku, who held a slightly bloodied knife. Let's find out, the masked teen said as he readied himself. Slide and Go frowned before slipping forwards again. Izuku dodged another punch and sliced the hero's leg, leaving a small cut. Slide and Go didn't care, however. He continued to slide around Izuku, going in circles. Slide and Go. Quirk slide. He can control the friction under him, mainly decreasing it so that he can slip across the ground with little to no issue. Izuku thought as he took a stance. Slide and Go dashed past him and lashed out again. The teen grunted as he was smacked again, but managed to cut Slide and Go again. My word, you have good reflexes. Slide and Go grunted as he covered the new cut on his side. He put up his dukes as Izuku took his stance again. The hero sped around Izuku, going in circles around the teen. Izuku looked around wildly before getting punched in the cheek. He staggered slightly before being knocked back again by another punch to his side. Slide and Go continued to throw high-speed punches, knocking Izuku around and not giving him a chance to fight back. Super move, Slide and Flurry. The hero cheered as he slammed one final punch that sent Izuku flying. The teen slammed into a container and groaned as he fell on his side. Slide and Go came to a stop in front of him. "My, that felt good," the hero said with his stupid grin. Izuku grunted as he pulled himself to his feet before putting up his dukes, having lost his knife. Slide and Go laughed. "You are stubborn, but you fall before the might of the meta-liberation dash." A shot rang out, and Slide and Go cried out in pain as he fell to his knees. His arm was shot clean through, staining his sleeve with red. Another shot pierced his torso, causing him to cry out again. Izuku's eyes widened before he dashed forwards. Slide and Go looked up to receive a brutal uppercut to the chin. Izuku yelled as he threw everything he had, knocking the corrupt hero clean off his feet. Slide and Go landed on the ground, unconscious. Izuku panted as he stood over his fallen opponent. "Look who fell," the teen spat. He pulled out a yellow file and voice recorder, and dropped them on Slide and Go's chest before staggering away. He limped towards the knife he dropped, but exhaustion was catching up to him. The teen fell to his knees and passed out. A couple of feet away, a pair of boots landed. The owner looked at the fallen hero and the teen that knocked him out before walking. They collected the pipe, the knives, and the teen before making their way out. They watched as the police arrived, and they watched as the file and voice recorder was carried over to a detective. They watched and clicked their tongue in disappointment as someone made their way over to the detective, flashed something at him, and collected the evidence. The booted figure looked at Izuku's unconscious body before walking away. Line break. Izuku groaned as he stirred awake, slowly pushing himself up. He rubbed his eyes and got up, grunting as he heard and felt popping in his bones. He looked up and froze. He was home. On his floor. A woman was sitting on his bed. "Mornings," she grunted. Izuku shot to his feet, groaning, before staggering into the wall. He looked up at her with narrowed eyes. "How did you dash? You left your window open. And I think you might know who I am," the woman said as she looked him over. "You're Lady Nagant, the greatest sniper in the hero industry. Former greatest sniper in the hero industry." Lady Nagant corrected. Izuku blinked. "Former." Lady Nagant sighed as she leaned back in Izuku's bed, inspecting a knife. The same knife Izuku used the night before. "Can't be the greatest in the hero industry if you're not a part of it," she said. Izuku blinked again. "What?" Lady Nagant stood up. "I worked for the Hero Public Safety Commission. They taught me how to use my quirk." "Rifle, right?" "That's right. But I wasn't a hero," she sighed. "I was an assassin." "What?" "The HPSC wanted me to keep up the illusion of this world. The illusion that people are perfect. That heroes are perfect. They had me kill off hundreds of people." Lady Nagant stood up and walked over to the desk, picking up a notebook. "I think you know that that's just an illusion," she said before slamming the book down. Izuku jumped slightly but nodded. "Why are you here?" he asked cautiously. "Because I want to reveal the illusion," she said. She pulled out a phone and showed Izuku the recorded news. Tatsuyuki Tokaname, aka Slide and Go, was found unconscious last night, with several members of a local drag gang found in body bags. The gangsters were thankfully found to be alive, but they were beaten and bruised. They were taken into custody, and Slide and Go was taken to the hospital for a checkup. Detective Tswakachi. The reporter continued to talk, informing the audience about how the hero would recover and how it doesn't seem like the villain responsible had taken anything from the warehouse and had only targeted the gang and the hero. They didn't talk about the file. Izuku realized. "Yep. I saw them find the file. I saw them take it to the station. They didn't mention it. Can you guess why?" she asked. Izuku looked up at her. "The HPSC. Yep. You want to fight corruption? Fight the source and the symptoms." Lady Nagant said. She slid the phone over to Izuku and played it again. Otherwise, Slide and Go has gone on record to describe the villain in question. He stated that they were wearing a red hood and a leather jacket with a medium build. The police have now classified this villain as the Red Hood. It is advised for any with any information. The video stopped. Now you're a villain, Lady Nagant said. Izuku hung his head in defeat. The former hero stood up and looked him over. I saw you fight. You got some skill. But you can't just beat people up and expect their crimes to be revealed with a file on their chest. Not with the HPSC and with the hero's lawyers. Lady Nagant told him. So what, do I just give up? Izuku asked bitterly. Lady Nagant chuckled, surprising Izuku. She held up a shotgun and tossed it in front of Izuku, scaring the teen and causing him to yelp. No. You make sure people know. Make sure that they know what's going on, she said. Izuku cautiously picked up the shotgun and looked at Lady Nagant with a raised brow. So, why am I getting a shotgun? You might need it. Force the heroes into confessing. Have all their crimes laid out in display and make sure they don't even try to defend themselves in court, she said. So you want me to just shoot them? Izuku asked dumbfounded. Why did you fight Slide and Go? Lady Nagant asked. Izuku looked down at the shotgun. I just felt like he deserved it. Deserved to be hit. Well, you could have taken him down sooner if you had a gun, she said. Izuku gave her a look. I would have killed him. Not with the right ammo and training. Are you offering? Yeah. Izuku blinked. Lady Nagant leaned back on his desk with her arms crossed. I want to do the same thing. I want to reveal the true reality. But it'll be easier with two instead of one. I want you to be my partner. But I need a partner who can fight better, she said. I thought you said I had skill. I said you had some skill. But you can have more. Lady Nagant said. You'd probably be able to take down some of the lower heroes if you combine your martial arts skill with a quirk after some fine-tuning. I don't have one. Duh. Well then you really need my training, she said. Izuku looked at her in surprise. You don't care if I have a quirk or not? I only care that you can see past the illusion. And you can. That makes you a partner I can count on. Lady Nagant said as she stood up. Izuku slowly got up as well. All right. I'll do it. The greenhead nodded with fire in his eyes. Lady Nagant smirked. Good. Get changed, she said as she nodded to a box below the corkboard before walking out. Izuku slowly peeled off his clothes and put on a simple white tee and a pair of shorts, showing off a bit of his muscles. He opened the box and blinked. Lady Nagant stood in the living room, waiting for Izuku. She heard the door open and turned around. She smirked at what she saw. Izuku had red-oned his red hoodie and leather jacket with his jeans. But instead of a Halloween mask, there was a red helmet on his head. It looked like a regular biker's helmet, but covered the entire head with two lenses as eyeholes. There was a dark gray bulletproof vest put over his hoodie. His jeans were held up by a utility belt, one which held empty holsters and real combat knives. The shotgun was strapped over his torso, completing the look. Lady Nagant looked him over again before nodding. You need a name, kid? Nah. They already gave me a name. Izuku said as he pulled out a knife and gave it a spin with his fingers. He looked at Lady Nagant with a grin hidden in his. Helmet. Call me the Red Hood. You do realize, that they just gave it to me because of my hoodie, yes, but it's cool enough and it'll work. First things first. We need a base of operations. Lady Nagant said as she and Red Hood made their way through an alleyway. I guess that makes sense. My house probably won't be the best place to put my stuff. Izuku said from behind his helmet. So we'll be meeting with someone to help us get our own base. Lady Nagant said. She came up to a door and knocked in a specific pattern. A peephole opened, showing two red eyes. Who's there? Someone with a grip on reality. Lady Nagant said. The eyes crinkled in amusement before opening. A wolf man was behind the door, but he gestured for them to come in. Lady Nagant and Red Hood walked down a long flight of stairs before coming out into a massive cavern. There were people all around with a large variety of different quirks. Some were mutated completely, looking like humanoid animals. Some were half-mutated with animal traits but a human look. And some were showing off their own quirks, ranging from ice, to metal, to fire, to diapers. Where did you get that notebook? Lady Nagant deadpanned as Red Hood wrote at a rapid speed. She swore she even saw smoke. The former hero led the newly named villain through a large crowd. Red Hood looked around left and right, up and down. He saw thick metal making up the cavern's walls and ceiling. He saw some suspicious-looking people who looked at him with greedy eyes. He saw drag users. He saw criminals seen on the news. He saw underground heroes. He saw famous vigilantes. He saw sad-looking children. He made to go to those children, but was stopped by Lady Nagant. Rule 1 here. No conflicts. Whatever it is, it can wait until both parties leave, she said. She looked at the children with sad eyes but turned away. Red Hood looked at them in sorrow before turning away as well. The rule would explain why heroes, villains, and vigilantes were all in the same place. They were eyeing each other with suspicion and hostility, but weren't doing anything. What is this place? Red Hood asked. The underground. This is where you can find just about anything. How did you find this place? Heroes, villains, and vigilantes all know about this place as long as they know the right people. This place is completely neutral. Each seller here will only support those who pay them enough, and they'll keep their customers' secrets no matter what. Lady Nagant walked up to a small building and knocked. The door opened, and the two walked inside. There was a seedy-looking man sitting there, fingers intertwined. He smiled at them, revealing gaps in his teeth. Ah, the famous Lady Nagant. And the new kid on the scene, Red Hood. You have a better outfit than I was told. Thanks. Don't get too friendly with people here, Hood. Jiren, we need a base of operations and complete silence. Lady Nagant said. Jiren smiled as he leaned back, hands behind his head. That I can get you. Line break. How's this? Jiren asked. Lady Nagant and Red Hood looked around. They were in an abandoned bomb shelter, built underneath a factory that had also been abandoned. The bomb shelter was big enough. Red Hood estimated a height of 3 meters, width of 10 meters, and a length of 11 meters. Not too big, but big enough. It was also filled with workout equipment. From treadmills, to weights, to pull-up bars. Good enough. Lady Nagant echoed Red Hood's thoughts. Excellent. Now, we have 2 choices here. Jiren said. He held up 2 fingers. You pay an annual fee, or you pay a monthly fee. Prices. Annual is a price worth 10 million, while monthly is a price worth 250,000. We'll pay the 250,000. By month's end. Red Hood did a double take while Jiren nodded with a smile. Then, if that will be all? Leave. Jiren nodded again before slinking out the door. Lady Nagant, how are we going to pay that? Red Hood questioned. I don't have a job, you don't have a job, and we're sure as hell not going to rob a bank. We'll be good for a while. One good thing about the HPSC is that the scumbags paid me well. Lady Nagant said. I withdrew all that I could before they closed my account. I have enough cash to pay the fees for the next year or so, excluding the money we might be needing for any of our future endeavors. Okay? And what about the years after that? We'll talk about that later. Right now, we're training. Lady Nagant said as she walked into the middle of the room. She turned around and gestured for Red Hood to take off his gear. He complied, taking off the helmet, jacket, vest, and hoodie. He took his stance. One fist near his face and the other slightly extended. Boxing. Lady Nagant said. Yep. With a little bit of other things in it to make my own style. I think it fits me well. Izuku said. Lady Nagant shifted her weight. Prove it. She said before dashing forwards. Izuku leapt back to dodge a punch from Lady Nagant before weaving past it and landing a punch on her cheek. Lady Nagant was stunned for a second before looking at him. Not bad. Her own punch shot up, grazing Izuku's cheek as he moved his head to the side. His eyes were wide from the speed. He threw a fast kick, but Lady Nagant leaned back to let the kick pass over her. When Izuku straightened himself, he found himself flying through the air and slamming into the hard ground. He groaned as he pushed himself to his feet. Lady Nagant was bouncing slightly in place, ready for round. I thought you're a long-ranged fighter. He groaned as he put his dukes back up. If someone only has one range, they're in trouble when they enter someone else's, she said before dashing forwards. Izuku raised a hand to block a kick that staggered him slightly. He spun and tried to kick her back, but she ducked under and swept his leg out from under him, knocking him to the ground again. Don't try a spin kick unless your opponent can't immediately counter, she said. Izuku flipped to his feet and put up his dukes again. He charged and threw several fast jabs. Lady Nagant blocked all of them before shooting her own jab. Izuku blocked it with his hand, but felt something enter his mouth. Lady Nagant's fingers hooked into his cheek and she hurled him across the floor. He grunted as his head bounced on the ground, and he clutched it with a sound of pain. What the FCK, he yells. Your hair is sticking out like a porcupine. Lady Nagant observed. You put your fingers in my mouth and threw me. So? But playing dirty? Good. Lady Nagant's cold tone stopped Izuku. She put a hand on her neck and suddenly her elbow was a rifle. She pointed the end at Izuku, who froze. Don't forget. You're quirkless. You're weaker than 80% of Earth's population and 90% of Japan's. You can't afford to play it fair. You can't afford to play it nice. You can't afford to lose. Play all of your cards and do it smart. Don't care whether it's good manners or bad. Don't care whether it's fair or not. If you do, you die, she said. Izuku swallowed before she turned her arm back to normal. Again, she said. Izuku got up shakingly before taking his stance again. He charged and threw a barrage of punches, which Lady Nagant blocked with her arms together. She ducked under a hook and Izuku spun, swinging a backhand that she ducked under again. Lady Nagant threw her own punch, but Izuku redirected the punch and threw a counter. Pain exploded in her eye, forcing her to close it and stagger back with a grunt. Izuku grinned as he charged forwards. All right. She's open. I'll end this with a kick, he thought. He leapt into the air and brought his leg back. Lady Nagant spun towards him, hand coming up. A bell sounded off in Izuku's head, and he was face down on the ground, clutching his nethers. Lady Nagant relaxed and rubbed her eye, blinking through tears. Smart choice to poke my eye. It causes a good amount of pain, blinds the opponent, and distracts them, leaving them wide open for a finishing blow. But next time, don't leave yourself wide open, she said. A high-pitched groan was her answer. Line break. After Izuku recovered from getting the end of a rifle swung into his nethers, they continued training. This time, it was building up strength. Good speed and decent strength wasn't going to be enough. He needed good strength, great speed, physical endurance, and agility. So that was the rest of the day. It was hell. First, Izuku did the standard push-ups, sit-ups, squats, and laps in the factory. It didn't sound bad at first until he found that the amount for each was determined by time and not count. He did push-ups for an hour, sit-ups for an hour, squats for an hour, and laps for an hour. The only relief is that he was allowed to do them at his own speeds, though Lady Nagant said it was only until he could handle an hour at those speeds. You don't get to count. When people give themselves a number, they sometimes get lazy. They think, I've done enough. I should take a break. And that number gets smaller each time. But if you do it by time, you keep doing it until the timer rings. Lady Nagant said. Next was weightlifting. Bench presses, squat lifts, deadlifts, curls, etc. Izuku was given 100-pound weights to start out, and repeated the time-based plan, though they were shortened to 20 minutes on the condition that he does at least 20 of each reps. His bones and muscles were aching after hours of training. Weightlifting doesn't help if you become too bulky. Bigger muscles mean you can't move as well, and your body gets too heavy. But it still helps. Build strength, good muscles, and endurance. If you manage your muscle build well, you'll be able to fight at your best. Next, she had him stretch to the best of his abilities. It helped relieve some of his soreness, but it also added new burning feelings in his body. This was to build up his flexibility, which was important for some martial arts. Thankfully, this was still the easiest for his body to handle. Stretching seems like a chore at times. But it's important. Stretching not only makes you more flexible, allowing for ease in martial arts and acrobatics, but it also makes sure your muscles don't tighten themselves to prevent you from moving them fully. After that was running an obstacle course. Lady Nagant was pleased to learn he had already gotten used to knife throwing, but he had to learn how to do it on the move instead of trying to find a good time to throw. It also helped him begin learning acrobatics and maneuvering. Izuku jumped over hurdles, marked spots, under boards, through open spots. He stumbled and fell multiple times, but was decent enough at it. His knives went wild though, so he still had to keep training in that. If you want to stand still and make yourself a target, then fine. But if you want to utilize your skill without making yourself a target, then practice this. It'll also help to maneuver around the battlefield. Always remember to have the environment to your advantage. It's your greatest ally in controlling the flow of battle. But then there was the one that he truly freaked out about. Lady Nagant showed him bottles of poison, and told him that he was going to slowly take each one bit by bit in order to build up an immunity to them all. He thanked all of his lucky stars when she said that they weren't going to do it then. Your body is a natural adapter. Your immune system is all about getting stronger. The more foreign stuff enters, the more your immune system learns. And the more it learns, the more it can defend against. And if you can build up a good resistance to poison, you won't have to worry about it affecting you. It won't account for every poison, but it will help. If the poison was the one he freaked out the most about, it was the next training he hated the most. Lady Nagant beat him brutally. In the world where strength-enhancing quirks were the norm, he needed an iron body to deal with them. So she took sticks and beat him. She took signs and beat him. She took her own hands and feet and beat him. Several times he stopped just to throw up, only to get beat again. Again, natural adapter. The muscles and bones are constantly breaking themselves down and building them back up, becoming stronger. The more you use them, the more they heal. The more they heal, the stronger they get. These beatings not only build your muscles, but they also increase stamina and pain tolerance. So if I break my bones all the time, I can become superhuman? Ow! Fortunately, the day eventually comes to an end, and Izuku slows down his training until he stops completely. He was covered in sweat, blood, bruises, and dirt. I feel like I ran through hell, he said truthfully. I know the feeling. Lady Nagant nodded. So what's next? Izuku asked as he toweled himself off. Don't use that towel yet. Lady Nagant said. Izuku paused. Line break. Okay. You're trying to kill me. Izuku yelled as he shivered. He was sitting in his bathtub at home in a pair of swimming trunks. And he was currently drenched with ice cubes in his hair. His clothes were being washed as he was also washing. Lady Nagant sighed as she scrubbed the boy's fluffy hair. You have a lot of hair. It's coming down to your shoulders, she pointed out. Why an ice bath? Izuku shivered. It helps regulate your blood flow and reduces inflammation in your muscles. Lady Nagant said as she dipped her hands into the tub, letting it soothe her knuckles. Man, an entire day of torture, an ice bath, what next? You're feeding me dogs for dinner? Izuku grumbled as he tried to get comfortable. Lady Nagant dumped more ice water on his body, causing him to yell. No. You're eating vegetables, she said. So what, a stir-fry? Raw. Any meat. In order to get as strong as an ox, you have to eat like one. When have you ever seen an ox eat meat? Lady Nagant deadpanned. Now out of the tub. You've been in there long enough. Izuku gratefully got out of the ice water and accepted a fluffy warm towel. He quickly dried himself off before doing some more stretches. When he was done, he was allowed to put on a shirt and pants. Lady Nagant gave him a couple of vegetables. Carrots, cabbage, cucumbers, celery, etc. Wait, why do they all start with C? All tossed in a raw salad. Izuku ate the salad as they sat on his couch before swallowing several eggs given by Lady Nagant. Ugh, they're so oily. Get used to it. You're a winner. The two went back and forth until Izuku was done with his salad. So what's next? Are all of our days together going to be like this? Kinda. Tomorrow, we'll continue building your skill. Martial arts, gun training, and guerrilla warfare. Sundays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays will be spent on physical training. Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays will be spent on skill training. Saturdays you have off. When summer is done, we'll be doing a different kind of training. You do have school after all. Lady Nagant said. Izuku fell silent. He had completely forgotten about school. You're training to be a weapon. But you still have to be a kid. Lady Nagant said. Otherwise you'll forget what it means to be a person. Okay. That's it. What, you want me to say no? Lady Nagant shrugged. The two fell into silence before Lady Nagant spoke. Slide and Go's dead. What? She slid a phone over to him. Sure enough, the corrupted hero had been killed. Izuku's face darkened when he saw the words Red Hood listed as the person responsible. The HPSC doesn't like corrupted heroes any more than you do. But they don't like them for the wrong reasons. Slide and Go was bound to fall into investigation with the assault you did, so they killed him off and pinned the blame on you. You provided yourself to be the perfect scapegoat. Lady Nagant said. So what am I supposed to do? Izuku asked. For now, nothing. Keep training, become stronger, become faster, become tougher, become smarter. And then start investigating. You built up a good amount of evidence already. Build up some more, she said. I'll need cameras, microphones, recorders. You'll get it. But first, you need a business. What? My money will only keep us afloat for a bit. It's gonna run out soon. Especially if anything happens, like injuries or property damage. Izuku thought about it. So I have to find a job. Yep. And I got the perfect one for us. Lady Nagant said. What? She took out an envelope and tossed it in front of Izuku. He picked it up and opened it. He blinked. This is an invite to an underground fighting ring. This is another way you can train. Classes are good and all, but the real teacher is experience. Lady Nagant said. Who exactly would I be fighting? Mostly physical quirks. Transformation and mutant. Emitter quirks will be overcome with brains instead of brawn. And how will this help with money? You fight, I'll bet. This is line break. This here is AM 1911 A1 pistol. Lady Nagant said as she held said pistol. It has a 15-round cartridge, can fire 85 rounds per minute, has a range of 50 meters, and a muzzle velocity of 260 meters per second. Cool. This is what you're gonna be using, she said as she placed the pistol in front of Izuku. The factory had been set up with multiple targets, and the two were standing behind a table far from the targets. Izuku was dressed in his outfit, with his helmet on his head. Take a shot, she said. Izuku picked the pistol up and aimed. Lady Nagant grabbed his arm. She adjusted his grip and stance until she felt that it was good and nodded. Izuku squeezed the trigger and fired a shot. The gunshot rang through the factory, and Izuku saw a bit of dust. I hit it, he cheered. Lady Nagant held a pair of binoculars to his eyes. He peered into them and frowned. He hit a target, but only slightly on the shoulder. Not bad for a first attempt. But you have to keep yourself steady. Lady Nagant continued to guide Izuku until he fired again and this time, hit his target in the chest. Yes. Good. You're getting better. Now keep doing it. Lady Nagant said. Izuku continued to shoot the targets. Keep practicing your aim, she said as she walked away. Hey, what's your name? He asked over gunshots. Lady Nagant stopped and looked back. Why is that important? Well, if we want to go incognito, we'll need to call each other with different names instead of just Lady Nagant and Red Hood. Izuku pointed out as he reloaded clumsily. Lady Nagant watched as Izuku continued to fire, missing sometimes and hitting other times. Kana Tsutsumi, she finally said. Izuku glanced at her before looking back forwards. Izuku Midoriya, he said. Nice to meet you, Midoriya. Nice to meet you too, Tsutsumi. Kana walked out of the factory. She looked around to make sure no one was around before darting forwards. The factory was located deep in a forest near a mountain, allowing them to train and practice freely. There were numerous traps and alarms to make sure they were hidden. But those weren't what Kana was focusing on today. She continued making her way through the forest until she reached the edge of a city. She scaled up the side of a building with great ease until she reached the top. She looked around until she spotted a larger building. "There you are," she said before rushing off. Line break. "Shoto, where are you?" Shoto. Those were the roars of Enji Todoroki, the number 2 hero known as Endeavor. He stomped through the building, shaking it slightly before roaring again and stomping to his office. He flung it open, revealing a large room with a single. He made his way over to it and sat down with a huff. "The child. He always makes a big deal out of everything. That must be his genes." Endeavor paused before standing up. He turned around with an angry scowl on his face. Lady Nagant was on the top of his room, hanging from a rope embedded on the ceiling. She nodded in greetings. "Lady Nagant, you are bold to come into my office, villain." "Not really. I'm here for business." Lady Nagant leapt out the window as fire burst out after her. She yanked on another rope and swung around the building as Endeavor burst out behind her. "I don't care what business you have here, Lady Nagant, but I do not care. I will bring you in." Endeavor roared as he used his fire to fly after her. Lady Nagant clicked her tongue as she landed on the side of the building. She slid down at a fast speed before morphing her arm into a rifle and firing it. The recoil slowed her down until she could jump off and land on the roof of another building. Endeavor landed behind her and fired a stream of hellfire. She flipped over the flames and fired back with her rifle. Endeavor dodged and threw a lance made of fire. Lady Nagant dodged by jumping to another roof. The two continued to trade long-ranged shots and attacks as they maneuvered around the city. Seeing him firsthand, I can understand Izuku's notes now. Endeavor pays for 60% of the damage he causes, and causes 23% of the damage found during his missions in heavy battles on average. His precision, decision-making, and calculations are all impressive. Lady Nagant thought, wincing as she felt the intense heat of some fire pass by her. His temper would have you believe he causes the most property damage, but he is actually on the lower end of the spectrum. Her accuracy, agility, and maneuverability are all incredible, as expected from the one trained by the HPSC. Endeavor grunted as he felt a bullet graze him. There were several, all curving through the air as if by magic. It's obvious she and I are on equal levels in ranged combat. I'll have to get up close. With that in mind, Endeavor let himself fall slightly as fire built up inside him. Lady Nagant's eyes widened and she fired another shot as she kicked off the side of a building to go behind another. "Flash fire fist jet booster." Endeavor yelled. He rocketed forwards, flames spewing behind him like a comet's tail. He shot past the building Lady Nagant was hiding behind and fired more flames from his feet. He shot towards the sniper, who grunted as she ran up the side of the building and flipped off it. She curled up and spun as she fell, chased by Endeavor as he fell after her. "Flash fire fist hell spider." Endeavor yelled as he swung his hands around. Threads of flames poured out from his fingers and fell towards Lady Nagant. Bullets tore through the flaming threads and forced Endeavor to use his flames to dodge. Lady Nagant fired down to slow her fall and rolled on impact with the ground. Endeavor landed and charged towards her. "Flash fire fist, jet burn." A beam of fire shot towards Lady Nagant, who flipped over the flames again. She fired back, but the close Endeavor caught the end of her rifle and forced it up, causing the bullet to go wild. A foot flashed and smacked into Endeavor's chin, causing him to grunt and knock his head back. Lady Nagant kicked him again and freed herself. She fired the rifle to land on the side of a building again. "You have skill, woman. But you are still not enough to kill me." Endeavor growled. "I'm not trying to kill you," Lady Nagant said. "Obviously. You're the greatest sniper in the world, yet none of your bullets came close to hitting me. You've only been out of the job for a few weeks. But if you choose to be a villain and show up in front of me, you must be prepared to kill, lest you yourself will be killed." Endeavor growled. "Fight to kill. Don't strive to." That is the basic mindset of a combat-oriented hero. "I completely agree, but I was never here for combat," she said. "Then what are you here for?" Endeavor growled as he lifted himself up to her level with his flames. I'm here to blackmail you. Endeavor raised a brow. You really are bold. Not just that. I have substance. Lady Nagant said. She held up a folder and out to Endeavor. The man took it cautiously and opened it. His eyes widened. Oh, there was substance indeed. 5 years' worth of blackmail material. He gritted his teeth and incinerated the file. Burn it. I have more. And an accomplice who will release both the contents of the file and more on every forum on the internet if I don't get back to him in every 10 minutes. Lady Nagant bluffed. Endeavor glared at her with immense hatred. What do you want? He growled through gritted teeth. 2 things. First, I want a deposit of 3 million yen every week into a secure bank account. Lady Nagant said as she held up a finger. Duh. Endeavor only continued to glower at her. Second, stop abusing your kids. Endeavor blinked. What? Why do you care about my children? I just had about enough of kids not getting to choose if they become weapons. Lady Nagant said. Endeavor pursed his lips before nodding in defeat. Very well. I'll give you your money. And I'll stop training my child without his own desire, he said. Good. She said before firing a grapple gun to the top of the building. You'll get an email for the bank account. She shot up to the top of the building, disappearing from sight. Endeavor shot up after her, but growled as he realized that she disappeared. He looked around before roaring in anger and flying back to his agency. Endeavor? What's going on? Who was that woman you were trying to take down? Did you get her? His sidekick Burnin scurried up to him eagerly. Endeavor stormed past her, his flames burning brightly. He slammed the doors to his office, the sound echoing through the building. I guess not. Burnin said energetically. Line break. The email was sent, and Lady Nagant was pleased to see the money being deposited in the bank account. She transferred the money through several accounts before into an account she could use without worrying about being traced. Okay, good. Now I can pay Jiren. The weapons and such are way too expensive. Lady Nagant said in her head. Yeah, her backup cash didn't exist. The HPSC doesn't pay their assassins. Except for Hawks. Favoritism. The morning is usually considered to be tranquil. But not for the Bakugos. Especially on Saturdays. In the early mornings of Saturdays, the Bakugos backyard is usually filled with the smell of sweat and burnt caramel and the grunts of 2 boys as they fight. Katsuki jumped back, firing explosions from his hands. Izuku dashed under them and threw an uppercut, just missing Katsuki's chin. The explosion user gritted his teeth and threw his own uppercut, with an open hand and explosions popping on it. Izuku was blasted away with a yell, Katsuki chasing him. Izuku flipped to land on his feet and curled up his arm to block a kick. He grabbed the leg and threw Katsuki over him. The teen swore loudly as he landed on his feet. Izuku charged and punched him relentlessly, drawing spit with each punch. His opponent caught a thrown fist and slammed a counter on his face, blasting it with a weak explosion. The smoke and light blinded Izuku for a second, leaving him open for Katsuki to grab him by the shirt and slam a knee into his gut. Several more knees followed before Izuku slammed his head against Katsuki and kicked him away. Katsuki took a stance, only to stagger as Izuku's foot collided with the back of his knee. Another foot slammed against his guard, knocking Katsuki back. Izuku charged and threw kick after kick, slamming them into Katsuki's sides. Katsuki blasted him with another explosion, forcing Izuku back as he dispersed the smoke. The two kicked each other before trying to throw punches, only for their fists to collide. They stood back, shaking their hands slightly. Katsuki blasted himself forwards with a yell, but Izuku jumped and did a flying back kick. Katsuki was caught off guard and was flipped through the air from the impact. He landed on all fours, shaking his head but only making himself more dizzy. A fist slammed into his hip, making him grunt. Izuku punched him several more times before slamming a kick into Katsuki's stomach, making him cough. The two took a moment to breathe before going back to their stances. Izuku bounced lightly before darting forwards. It was a feint, but Katsuki responded with a large explosion that knocked Izuku back slightly. The blonde teen charged and threw a flying knee that Izuku blocked, grunting as he was nearly knocked over. The green head spun as he threw multiple spin kicks, all aimed at the head. Katsuki weaved around the strikes and countered with an explosion to the back. Izuku gritted his teeth as he felt the burn of the explosion on his spine. Katsuki spun around Izuku and tried to blast him from behind again, only for his head to snap back as Izuku's foot shot up backwards and slammed into his chin. The green-haired boy spun on a foot and leapt up. He slammed another kick on the side of Katsuki's head, knocking him off his feet. The explosion user grunted as his back slammed into the ground. He yelled in anger as Izuku landed from his jump. Phew! Izuku panted as he wiped the sweat from his chin, bent over from exhaustion. Alright, I'm up one. Where did you learn to count? Katsuki spat as he got to his feet. We're tied. The two middle schoolers fell onto their butts, breathing heavily. The two had been sparring relentlessly for the past few hours. Whoever landed on their backs lost the match, and they would go again. Katsuki raised his head up and shot Izuku a glare. Hey you SHTTY nerd. Why are you using so many kicks lately? Have I? I didn't realize. Izuku said as he looked at his bare feet. They did seem to be a little more red than his knuckles. Psees me off. Katsuki scoffed. Hey, they knocked you on your butt 4 times already. 3 times? Sure. The two got to their feet again. Izuku charged and threw one of his apparently signature kicks. Katsuki leaned back to dodge the roundhouse, only to receive another one on the side of his head, staggering him. He spun around and blasted Izuku, forcing the kid back before he dispersed the weak explosion with a swipe of his arms. Katsuki rushed him and slammed a hand on Izuku's chest. The following explosion sent Izuku flying, but the teen also sent Katsuki flying with a counter kick. The two managed to land on their feet. Alright Deku, try to deal with this new move. Katsuki grunted. A new move? Bring it. Izuku said as he bounced on the ball of his feet, shifting his weight. Katsuki hurtled forwards, arms swinging in a wide arc. Izuku's leg shot up and blocked the hook before his other one came up to hit his rival. Katsuki suddenly blasted up and pointed his hands together at Izuku. The quirkless spun around to face him, fists coming up. Stun grenade. Katsuki yelled. Explosions flared to life between his hands and shone a bright light. Surprised, Izuku's eyes were forced close, and he staggered back, ears ringing. He felt a foot collide with his stomach, knocking him back. His foot managed to slam into the ground to prevent him from falling, and he quickly threw a high kick. Katsuki ducked under it and, with a triumphant yell, blasted Izuku into the air with a literally explosive uppercut. Izuku grunted as he fell onto his back with a thud. He groaned before pushing himself up. If I knew we were playing dirty, I would have gone all out, he laughed. Katsuki scoffed. Please, if a quirk is allowed, then any super move used with it is more than fair. Did you say you weren't going all out? Nice reaction time. Damn it, take this seriously. Katsuki screamed as he charged forwards, explosions popping in his hand. A bell rang in his head, and he face-planted into the ground. There. Izuku said cheekily before running out of the backyard. Damn it, get back here. Katsuki screamed in a soprano voice as he waddled after the green head, knees together as he ran. That kid seriously kicked our kid in the nards. Mitsuki said as she watched the two make their way down the street through the window. I'm a bit concerned about what that teacher of Izuku is teaching him. Masaru said as he stood next to his wife. Well, he can't be that bad. He left a good impression on me. Mitsuki said with a grin. Line break. So, what's your name again? Mitsuki asked. Kana stood with a fake mustache and glasses on. Kane Tsuchichi. Well, nice to meet you, Tsuchichi. Thanks for taking care of our little broccoli. Mitsuki laughed as she slapped Izuku on the back. I'll grab some tea for us. She and Masaru went into the kitchen. Katsuki stared at Kana with suspicious eyes as she straightened her mustache before shrugging and walking after his parents, yelling for cookies. That seriously worked? Izuku gaped. I told ya. The glass stash always works. Line break. It took a surprisingly long time for Izuku to escape his childhood friend. Fortunately, Katsuki soon learned that running after getting a kick to the nards just makes the pain worse, and instead screamed curses and death threats at Izuku as he ran away. Izuku had considered stopping his sparring matches with Katsuki to further throw himself into training, but Katsuki was just as good as Izuku, with just as much drive. There was almost no one better than him to practice with. Kana also instructed him to have fun on Saturdays, and messing with Katsuki has quickly proven itself to be the biggest source of fun he could have over the past weeks. I've really been training with Tsutsumi for weeks now. Izuku thought. 6 weeks to be exact. It doesn't seem all that long, but Izuku and Kana were like a sponge and water. Kana through hours of long, seemingly endless physical and mental torture, and Izuku soaked it all up. Kana even got him new guns. Modified IWI Jericho 941s. 15 rounds each, semi-auto, black and red, engraved dragon designs, and they look badass. Izuku honestly couldn't wait to take to the streets and put them to use. But for now, he had a different sort of training to go to. Line break. Welcome folks. You were waiting for it and it's here. The underground fight club known as Underground Tempo, a man in a mask declared into a mic. His loud voice made Izuku wince as he rubbed his ear. Or at least he tried to. Izuku was dressed in his red hood outfit, which meant his helmet was on. Get ready, 'cause we got one heck of a fight tonight. Introducing the Red Hood, the masked man yelled. Red Hood took a breath before punching his hands together and walking out of the dark hallway. The crowd was filled with jeers as they tossed food at the masked villain. Red Hood rolled his eyes as he knocked away a hamburger. Stop wasting food, he yelled back. They responded with more food. Red Hood rolled his eyes again as he ducked under some soda. And his opponent, the Savage Beast, a large man marched out, boxing gloves on his hands and wearing a Speedo, grinning at Red Hood as the crowd erupted in cheers. Red Hood signed as he punched a hand in an effort to pump himself up. Go for it, Red Hood, Kana said from the side. She was wearing a mask to hide her identity. Who'd you bet for this time? Red Hood asked sarcastically. Beast. Of course. No killing and no weapons. We don't need someone to try to find us. Unless they want in on the action. Speaking of which, begin, the masked man yelled. A gloved fist shot towards Red Hood, slamming into the front of his helmet and sending him flying. He slammed into the wall and grunted loudly. The crowd cheered. Savage Beast. Quirk, rubber limbs. Doesn't fit his name. Red Hood groaned as he got up. He ducked under another fist and charged forwards. Savage Beast cackled as he swung his arms around wildly. His arms stretched out and began bouncing off the walls, causing them to shoot around everywhere. Red Hood skidded to a stop and curled into himself as the fists bounced off him. He jumped up and kicked one of the fists, sending it flying towards Savage Beast. The fighter ducked and pulled his fists back with a wince. Ooh! The Red Hood's signature kicks. The masked man called. I really have been using kicks more. Red Hood's sweat dropped. He put up a guard to block another flying boxing glove and charged forwards again. A fist bounced off the ground and shot towards Red Hood. The villain ducked away from the glove, only to receive another to the face, knocking him down. He scrambled to his feet, only to be knocked over again with another punch. The Red Hood is helpless against the relentless onslaught of the Savage Beast, the announcer announced as Red Hood blocked multiple punches with crossed arms. Seriously, this is ridiculous. Red Hood groaned in his head. He looked around as Savage Beast's fists and limbs bounced around the ring. What if I try? Red Hood flipped and kicked one of the fists upwards. He spun midair and kicked the other. The fists bounced around violently before wrapping around each other. OSHT. Savage Beast tried to pull his arms back, but they only ended up tying each other more. His arms became stuck in a knot, causing the man to yell in frustration. Chance! Red Hood cheered as he charged. Savage Beast tried to kick him, only for Red Hood to kick the foot down and kick Savage Beast's face. His other foot flew up and slammed into his stomach before the villain jumped up and slammed a powerful one into Savage Beast's chest. The buff man staggered back before charging forwards with a yell. Red Hood jumped and kicked the man's chin with all his might, knocking him into the wall. Red Hood landed and took a sturdy stance, ready to continue attacking. Savage Beast staggered slightly before smirking evilly at the teen. Red Hood shifted his weight, but watched as his opponent collapsed on his face, knocked out. The crowd was silent. Folks, it looks like the Red Hood finally got his first win," the announcer declared with a sweat drop. "Boo!" the crowd chanted as more food was tossed. "Seriously?" Red Hood grunted as he ran out of the ring. "Line break. You finally won a match. And cost me 50,000 yen. Kana said. The two were in the old bomb shelter, where Izuku was cleaning his outfit, grumbling about the ketchup, mustard, soda, and other foods stuck to the helmet and leather. "What, you mad you lost some bucks?" he shot at her. Kana smirked. "On the contrary, I think it's about time," she said. Izuku looked at her in confusion, but she simply pulled out a folder from somewhere and tossed it in front of Red Hood. "You've been gathering information like I said?" Kana asked. Izuku nodded and pulled out a pouch filled to the brim with USB drives. Kana nodded in approval. "Your first target is Steel Ox." Steel Ox. The Bullrush hero. He's been smuggling drags and distributing them, as well as taking bribes from criminals. Izuku listed. Step 1 is to gather evidence. Step done. Step 2 is to make copies and present Steel Ox with said evidence. Why? Because Step 3 is to tell him to either stop or confess. I doubt either will happen. Why don't we just tell people? We have a computer. Izuku said as he gestured. Jiren was nice enough to hook them up with a computer with an isolated network, meaning it would be hard to hack into. The HPSC are like sharks to blood when it comes to people besmirching the hero society. We're not the first ones to notice these things, it's just that we're the first ones with inside knowledge. Those people who just post the evidence are lucky if more than 3 people read the titles before the HPSC takes it down. Kana said, "They really don't want people to know." Nope. The illusion is just that important to them. The more people believe in heroes, the more they pay the heroes. The more they pay the heroes, the more they pay the HPSC. And the more they pay the HPSC, the more they can afford. The more they can afford, the more power they have. It's a system. Kana explained. I get it. So what happens if Steel Ox doesn't confess? He'll fight. Step 4 is to avoid getting squished. Seriously? Izuku deadpanned. Step 5 is to release evidence on every possible forum in an anonymous account when the most people can see it. The people working at the HPSC are human after all. There will be a single time in the day where they mess up and leave a blind spot. We use that blind spot to unleash hell. Kana continued. Step 6 is profit. So that's the plan we'll be following? Izuku asked. You. Me. Yay. What are you doing? Watching and making sure you don't die. USDSD. Line break. HRK. Gore, come on. A duo of thugs groaned as they pulled on a large heavy crate. Step aside, morons. A large horned man stomped up to the crate. He seized it with large hairy hands and hoisted it well above him before slamming it down on top of another crate. Now keep working. Yes, sir, the thugs said. A shadow passed over them in a flash, making them pause. The 3 looked around cautiously. Is it a hero? One thug asked as he pulled out a knife. No, it's something else. Steel Ox said. You got that right. Red Hood landed on the shipping container behind them, startling the 3. He flicked his wrist, and the 2 thugs fell to the ground, knocked out by heavy dull shurikens. Your outfit is different, but you must be the Red Hood. I heard of you. You're the villain who killed Slide and Go. Steel Ox said. Don't believe everything you hear. Especially if it's the HPSC saying that crap. Red Hood said back. Why are you here? Steel Ox questioned as he walked to the side. Steel Ox, you've been smuggling and dealing illegal drags, and you've been letting people get away with crimes in exchange for cash. Not really the actions of a hero, right? Red Hood said as he walked alongside Steel Ox on the container. I have no idea what you were talking about, the hero denied. Don't lie to me. I have proof. All in this little drive. Red Hood said as he pulled out a USB and tapped it. Don't believe everything you hear. I don't. I investigated myself. And I found all I need to put you in jail. Now, you have 3 options. So, confess. Or I show the world your crimes. I don't know about you, but the first 2 seem a bit less damaging to your reputation. I know some people respect the truth. Red Hood said. The 2 came to a stop. Well. Looks like you got me. Steel Ox sighed. What do you choose? Red Hood put his hands on his hips. Option 4. Option, there is no option F-. Steel Ox smashed a hand through the top of the crate next to him. He pulled out an assault rifle and opened fire. Red Hood flipped backwards, dodging the bullets and grunting as some hit his vest. He fell behind the container and pressed against it. Give me that drive, kid. You get to walk away. Steel Ox offered as he came around the side of the container and fired again. Red Hood flipped away, grunting as he hurled himself behind another container. Okay, Red Hood took a deep breath. His hands rested on his belt. Here we go. Steel Ox came around the corner of this container, but ducked back around as bullets flew at him. Red Hood held his pistols at the ready as he ran around the container. The 2 fired at each other, filling the area with the sound of gunshots. Steel Ox's gun ran dry first, and Red Hood managed to shoot it out of the hero's hands. Steel Ox grunted. You want to keep going? I got a few more clips if you're having fun. Red Hood taunted. Steel Ox's arm slammed into his side and sent him flying into a container, denting it. Ow! Don't even think you can underestimate me, boy. Steel Ox growled as he stalked forwards, even bigger and hairier with 2 horns on his head. His hands cracked as he flexed his fingers. I'm a pro for a reason. Steel Ox. Bull. He can take on the body of a humanoid bull, granting him incredible speed and strength and a sharp pair of horns. He can send a 2-ton object flying with 1 arm and run at over 50 miles an hour. Red Hood thought as he got up with a groan. I thought you went pro 'cause you know who to hit and when to. That too. Steel Ox charged again. The now properly focused Red Hood flipped to the top of the container, yelping as the entire thing slid backwards as Steel Ox slammed both arms into it with all his might. The hero leapt to the top of the container, slamming down on it with a grunt. Hey, jumping good is my thing. Red Hood complained. No, it's not. No, it's not. But I do jump good. Steel Ox charged with a bellow like a bull's. Red Hood opened fire, but the bullets didn't do much against Steel Ox's firm muscles. He was forced to jump to another container to dodge the shot. Hey Lady Nagant, I need better bullets. Red Hood said with a finger to the side of his helmet as he jumped from container to container as Steel Ox chased him. I'll put an order in. For now, keep trying to take down the ox. Kana said. She was perched on the top of a nearby building, overlooking the battle at the docks. Any suggestions? Red Hood asked as he danced out of reach from Steel Ox's hands. Use his own weight against him. And what else? Figure it out. USDSD. Red Hood waited and caught an arm. He used the arm's momentum to throw Steel Ox by rolling backwards. The hero yelled as he was tossed off the container and fell to the ground. Red Hood got up and looked down, only to yelp as he threw himself back. Steel Ox shot up like a rocket and landed on the container again. Your horns were this close to turning me from Red Hood to Red Kebab. Red Hood said as he held his fingers a millimeter apart. I'll aim better this time. Steel Ox growled. I don't really know what I expected. Red Hood muttered. He rolled back to dodge a fist slamming down on the container. I wonder if there will be anyone I can fight properly. You know, don't worry about being turned into a shish kebab. Red Hood said as he continued jumping around. Steel Ox continued to chase him, roaring. Oh come on. Red Hood cursed as a piece of metal almost took his head off. That's the second time you aimed for my head. Stand still and this time will be the last. Is it because it's red? And you're a bull? Red Hood questioned as he leaned to the side, dodging another piece of metal. Or are bulls colorblind like they said? Hey, can you see colors? You're annoying. Steel Ox growled. He lunged again, horns pointed towards Red Hood's chest. The villain jumped over the hero, kicking off his back to land on another container. Shish. Touchy, he said. Steel Ox hurled a crate that shattered on impact where Red Hood was standing. The helmeted teen landed on another container. Who? You know, that never gets any less scary. Red Hood commented. Steel Ox leapt above him and brought his arms down. Red Hood jumped to the side, letting the hero slam into the container and heavily dent it. Steel Ox stopped to take a breath. What's wrong, old man? Does ground beef not come with a good pair of lungs? Red Hood taunted. Shut it, kid. Last chance. Hand over the drive. Steel Ox threatened. This is your last chance. Red Hood said. Or what? Steel Ox grunted. Something fell in front of him. Steel Ox looked down and was blinded by the flashbang. He roared in anger, eyes unseeing and ears ringing. Red Hood jumped from container to container, running away. Steel Ox blinked, spot still in his eyes. When I get my hands on that little SHT, I am going to murder that B. Steel Ox trailed off as he looked down at the mine. There were mines on just about every container Red Hood had been jumping on. Well played. Steel Ox admitted. The mines exploded, sending smoke everywhere and filling the area with a smoke screen. Steel Ox roared as he was sent flying and landed on the edge of the container shipyard. Red Hood flipped off the container above him and landed in front of the hero. Well, are you going to choose? Red Hood said as he pointed his pistol. Your quirk might have been too tough for my guns, but with your exhaustion and injuries, you can't keep it up. Now you're helpless. Steel Ox growled and tried to activate his quirk. But nothing happened, other than a small amount of hair growing on his arms. The hero groaned and dropped his head back into the ground. Fine. I'll stop my drag business. Not enough now. You're going to confess. Don't push it, kid. Steel Ox growled as he tried to push himself up. Sure. I'll pull it instead. Red Hood said as he pet his pistol. Steel Ox growled again. Fine. I'll plead guilty. Good. Red Hood said as he stood up. He spun and holstered his pistol and began walking away. The police will be here soon. Confess. Red Hood said over his shoulder. Steel Ox looked down at the ground. Line break. In other news, Kaneki Ashi, aka Steel Ox, was found in a container shipyard. The police had received an alert that Steel Ox was involved in drag smuggling operations and had thus arrested him. Steel Ox attempted to deny all accusations, but at noon today, well over 20 forums involving heroes were filled to the brim with picture evidence of his crimes. While the posts were taken down minutes later, many people had downloaded the posts and reposted them on different forums. While the original source is unknown, many suspect that the person responsible is the infamous Red Hood, known for being the prime suspect of who killed Slide and Go weeks ago. Steel Ox is now in prison, awaiting trial as the police continue to investigate. A female reporter said on TV. Good foresight, posting the evidence anyways instead of completely trusting Steel Cow. I still don't get why we can't just use that single minute of blindness instead of having to deal with these guys head to head. If they fight it and are found guilty, it just goes to show just how bad the hero society really is. If they plead guilty and give up to the law, then more people will believe it. Why didn't you say that before? Too lazy. I'm starting to feel like I'm less of a partner and more of a lackey. You are. Excuse me? For now at least. When I feel like you can do these things without me helping you, I'll begin to do things myself. Well, what about last night? I did it all by myself. True. But you still need my help. Property, bills, orders, etc. Are you my mom or something? Maybe I am. Call me mommy. No. But I'm no one's mom. I really don't get you. But you're going to school next week, right? Yeah. I'm gonna go through 5 more semesters total before I'm in high school. You're in second year? Yeah. Younger than you thought. Older. You look like a baby. I do not. It doesn't help that you have long curly hair. It makes you look younger. Kana ruffled said hair. Izuku slapped her hand with a grunt. Well, anyways, we should celebrate your first completed mission. Kana said as she stood up and stretched. What are we doing? Pizza? Movie? New guns? You get to train for 5 days instead of 6. That I'm sensing a but. Those 5 days will be more intense. Red Hood would like to say that he was having a good day. He wasn't. He grunted as a burst of flames launched him backwards again, landing on the hard concrete. He rolled to his feet and threw himself to the side to dodge another stream of fire. More flames shot towards him, and he quickly curled up, groaning as the flames washed over him. They died down, and he quickly got to his feet, patting the flames out. Wait, I'm at the docks. Why am I patting myself out? So the Red Hood decided that he can play judge with me? How arrogant. His opponent snickered as they walked forwards. I wouldn't have to if you did your job right. Wyvern, the Fire Hand hero. You stand accused for 3 years of WH. Red Hood yelped as more flames shot from Wyvern's hands and nearly scorched his face off. I don't need you to tell me what I've done. I don't care, kid. Wyvern scoffed as he walked forwards, hands ablaze. He hurled a barrage of fireballs at Red Hood, who immediately ran to the side, dodging the flames. He flipped out of the way of the attacks before pulling out his pistols and aiming them. Wyvern hurled more fireballs before dodging some bullets. You know, I'm kind of a big deal now. I took down 5 heroes already. In 4 weeks in a row. Ones that are higher on the charts than you. Red Hood called as he jumped behind a dumpster as fireballs collided with it. They're only higher than me through some stupid points. I'm stronger than them. Wyvern called back as he created a bigger fireball. Red Hood looked at this before jumping away. The fireball collided with the dumpster, melting it down. Red Hood rolled into a kneeling position and fired his pistols. Wyvern threw some smaller fireballs that melted the bullets midair. Nice shot. I'm better, Red Hood said as he threw several shurikens. They swerved in the air and nearly hit Wyvern, only for the hero to catch them with his fingers. Nice. Red Hood's foot sank into Wyvern's stomach, knocking him to his back. Red Hood's foot slammed down on Wyvern's face, only for him to be blasted away with Wyvern's flames. Red Hood flipped back and fired his bullets as before landing. Wyvern rolled away and hopped to his feet as Red Hood ejected his clips and reloaded. Are we going to keep playing? Wyvern asked smugly, arms spread. I got SHT to do. Red Hood grunted as he took out a trigger and pushed the button. Explosions burst out from under Wyvern, sending him flying through the air and slamming into the ground. The hero was knocked unconscious, letting Red Hood make his way over to and drag him to the nearby water. It took you around 15 minutes to take him out. You're slowing down. Kana drawled over the radio. Screw you, I'm doing my best. Red Hood shot back as he tied the hero up with chains before hanging him off the side of the dock with his hands chained underwater. Then you'll need some more training. Please no. Well, I guess I can be kind this once. You have school tomorrow. Ugh, don't remind me. What's wrong? I hate school. Bullies? I wish. Oh. Worse. Teenage girls. Yep. Line break. Kenshin. A decapitated head rolled across the ground, spooking everyone who saw it. Everyone except for an orange-haired teen girl, who sighed as she finished tying her hair into a ponytail. She reached down and scooped up the head, which grinned at her with sharp teeth. Setsuna, why are you rolling around as a head? Because it's fun to watch these guys squirm. Setsuna's headless body walked up to them and took the head back. I'm just mischievous. I don't see a difference. Hey, while I have your attention, did you get a read on the new kid? The two girls turned their heads, Setsuna's being held by her body, to look at the boy sitting near the window. Izuku spun a pen between his fingers like nothing before seeming to notice them. He turned to scowl at them before turning back to the window. He's still pretty unfriendly. Setsuna commented. At least he isn't chewing chips with his mouth open again. Itsuka made a face. Oh man, that was hilarious. It was disgusting. The chips, yes, but the sass he had when he ate them really knocked Chikuchi down to size. Line break dash, 2 weeks earlier. Alright class, as I'm sure you've already heard, we'll be having a new student here, the teacher said as he stood at the front of the room. Whispers broke out, wondering about the student and making guesses about them. The teacher nodded to the door, which opened. Izuku walked in with his head held high. His hair was as curly as ever, and was coming down to his shoulders. He was dressed in the school's black uniform with the school's symbol on his tie. His terribly tied tie. He looked around with an unimpressed look as whispers continued. Setsuna and Itsuka eyed him. Introduce yourself please, the teacher said. Izuku Midoriya. Yo. Izuku grunted. He could at least try to sound enthusiastic about it. Itsuka's sweat dropped. Now kids, be careful with Izuku. He's quirkless after all, the teacher said. Izuku whirled around and shot a glare filled with bloodlust and anger, causing the teacher to freeze in fear. But the damage was done, as the whispers increased. Setsuna's jaw dropped slightly. He's quirkless? I didn't know they still existed. Setsuna thought. Izuku stalked past her and sat down in a chair next to the window with a huff. He glared at the staring students until they turned away. Setsuna's eye was detached though, and it continued to stare at Izuku with curiosity. The fellow greenhead was staring out the window with a scowl as he listened to the teacher babble on. The day went on, and it was mostly uneventful. That is, until lunch. The door was slammed open, and in came an older girl with a haughty expression on her face. It's Chikuchi, the students around muttered. Chikuchi narrowed in on Izuku, and made her way over to him. Izuku turned to look at the girl as she made her way over. Are you the new quirkless student? Izuku gave her a bored look, obviously used to this. I am Chikuchi Togaike. I am your senior, and the top scorer in this school. As such, I will take it upon myself to lead you, Chikuchi said as she pointed as Izuku. Help me. Help you keep up. I assume you're going to be a hero? Then you will need help in order to dash. I'm not gonna be a hero. I got a different dream. Izuku interrupted. He narrowed his eyes. And if you think for a moment I need someone's help to keep up, then you're gonna eat my dust, he snapped before turning away. Chikuchi stared at him in shock. Oh boy. Itsuka mumbled. You realize that you're quirkless, correct? Chikuchi sneered as she looked down at the junior. Izuku stared back at her with a passive look on his face. You're quirkless. It means that you are inferior. You failed to evolve in the same way that the rest of the human race can. You are biologically unable to keep up with 80% of the human race. You are dash. Crunch. That you're dash. Smet. You dash. Crunch. Smet. What are you doing? Chikuchi yelled. Izuku chewed the chips in his mouth before swallowing. I like to eat chips while enjoying the show. Show? Yeah. It's always entertaining to watch losers waste their lives. Izuku shrugged as he stuffed a handful of chips in his mouth. Snickers were heard as Chikuchi's face turned red. You dash. Smet, smet, crunch, crunch. Izuku continued to cut Chikuchi off with loud smacking of his lips, and chewing with his mouth open. Chikuchi's face was red with anger, but she eventually swallowed it back and stalked off as the teacher walked in, yelling for silence. She was pushing it by being late for her next class. That was quite the experience. But it wasn't the only one. The next event happened after classes were done, and Setsuna and Itsuka were making their way to the martial arts club. Kendo. Kendo, a student with a bruise on her face and dressed in a karate gi burst out of the gym, falling down before scrambling to her feet. Itsuka and Setsuna started before dashing over to their schoolmate, helping her to her feet. What happened? Itsuka asked urgently. A new kid showed up and just started beating everyone up, the student said breathlessly. Itsuka and Setsuna exchanged glances before hurrying into the gym. A tall senior yelled as he was sent flying by a bare foot. Izuku brought his foot down and put up his dukes, surrounded by a few other students. His eyes were glancing around, watching each of his opponents carefully. One of them yelled in anger as he charged. Izuku knocked away a kick before slamming a fist into their stomach, forcing them to bend over. He raised a leg and slammed it down on their shoulder, slamming them into the ground. He spun around and slapped down a punch before slamming an elbow on his attacker's head, knocking them into a knee that snapped their head back, causing them to collapse. His last opponent yelled as she charged forwards and tried to punch him. Izuku blocked the punch and countered with a palm across the face. She staggered back slightly before trying again. Izuku repeated his counter but added a powerful punch. She stumbled back and growled. She tried to charge, only to have her legs swept from under her. She got to her feet, only to get swept again. She scrambled back up and tried to jump over the sweep, only to curse when she realized it was a feint before being swept off her feet. She rolled away and got back up. She gasped as Izuku suddenly filled her vision and tried to back away. His foot shot up and collided with her chin, knocking her onto her back. "Apshijai," Itsuka said. Setsuna looked at her in confusion. "What?" "An iconic kick from Taekwondo. But that elbow-knee combo is a Muay Thai tactic." "Taekwondo and Muay Thai? Sounds dangerous," Setsuna commented. Itsuka's eyes blazed with anger, and she made her way forwards towards Izuku, who relaxed his stance. "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" she yelled. Izuku looked at her, showing a small bruise on his cheek. "What does it look like I'm doing? What makes you think you can just bust in here and start beating people up? That's not what happened. It's what I was told happened. And you don't think that there's two sides of a story?" Izuku retorted irritably. Itsuka paused before stepping back and crossing her arms with a huff. "Fine. Explain." "I came in here, and I was interested in joining the martial arts club," Izuku began. "But then they told me that in order to join, I had to be able to break tiles." "Break those? What's up with that? Is this a martial arts club or a sports club?" "It's both," Itsuka said. "That's not the way I see it. Either it's an art or a sport." Izuku shot back. "I said that to these guys and we started arguing about it. And then they decided to just ignore what I say because I'm quirkless and thus disabled. I told them to PS us off." One of them yelled out dash. "Line break. Go shove your fist up your butt." Line break. And I responded with dash. Line break. "I'm not your sister." Line break. And they took exception to that. "So you decided to beat them all up?" "I fought them because they attacked me. I beat them all up so they'll know better than to dismiss me because I'm quirkless. That doesn't make it better." "I don't care," Izuku said as he walked past Itsuka. "I'm leaving." "Hold on," Itsuka said as she turned and held a hand out. "I told you what happened already. Now leave me alone." Izuku shot over his shoulder. Everyone apologized to him, Itsuka commanded. The club members protested, but were silenced by a quick glare from Itsuka. They all forced out apologies to an unimpressed Izuku. "Okay, can I go now?" "Not yet. As the club leader, I also have to defend the honor of my club and avenge my club members, regardless of whether or not they deserve it," Itsuka said as she took a stance. Izuku scoffed. "I'm not interested in playing your game. Street rules. No quirks, no teams, no boundaries. Just you and me. In our natural state. Pure martial arts," Itsuka said. Izuku studied her. "Wait, I can dance to this song," he finally said. That was the only warning anyone got before the two darted towards each other. Izuku spun, bringing his leg up before bringing it down. Itsuka slid her foot forwards and brought up her arm. The two limbs collided with a loud sound, and other members could have sworn they felt a breeze. Itsuka pushed the leg back, and the two had a quick exchange. Itsuka caught a punch and kicked Izuku's stomach, making him grunt. He spun and slammed an elbow against her cheek before knocking her back with a punch. She and Izuku exchanged blows, with Itsuka blocking a large majority of Izuku's punches. He narrowed his eyes before jumping back. Itsuka darted forwards, an open hand flying towards him. He blocked the open hand jab before kicking her back. He spun around and flipped, his leg extended and coming towards her in an arc. She blocked the kick, but was still forced down. The two rolled over and got to their feet again. Itsuka took another stance as Izuku charged. He tried a jumping spin kick, but was caught and slammed down. Itsuka tried to punch him, only to hit the ground when Izuku rolled away. He swung his legs around to flip back to his feet and blocked a couple of punches from Itsuka. The two spun around each other, throwing elbows and hooks, only for the other to block. Itsuka caught a punch and forced Izuku into an armbar. She began punching him rapidly, earning a grunt each time. Izuku growled and did a quick flip, forcing Itsuka to let him go. She side-kicked him as he landed, sending him flying sideways and landing on the mat. He rolled back to his feet and took another stance as Itsuka did as well. Izuku yelled as he charged and jumped. He spun in midair and kicked several times. Itsuka grunted as she blocked each kick and threw her own kick in retaliation. Izuku ducked and landed a hook kick on Itsuka's face to knock her down. Itsuka landed with a grunt but got back up and threw Izuku down. She threw a barrage of fast punches on his chest and face before his leg came up and collided with the side of her face. The two dashed away from each other to get some distance and took their stance. Yep. Definitely Taekwondo. Itsuka thought. Kung Fu? Wing Chun? Jeet Kune Do? I know I saw that in a movie somewhere. Izuku thought. I think it was Impan? Itsuka shifted her weight to enter a southpaw stance. Izuku charged and threw several side kicks, forcing Itsuka back as she blocked. Izuku yelled as he spun and kicked again, only for Itsuka to block and counter with a double palm move. Izuku grunted as he was knocked back again. He spun on one arm as Itsuka dashed past him. The two spun to face each other and intercepted the other's punch with their own. They repeated this several times before Itsuka lunged forwards and knocked Izuku down with a front kick. Izuku rolled to his feet and charged. Itsuka took another stance as Izuku closed in. The greenhead yelled as he threw a fast combo. Punch, kick, knee, spin kick, snap kick, back kick, tornado kick. Itsuka shocked him by blocking and parrying each one before forcing him back with a stomp. She waved her arms in a circular motion before slamming another double palm move on his chest. Izuku grunted as he slammed onto the mat. The crowd around them were beginning to cheer for Itsuka as Izuku got back to his feet. Itsuka yelled as she dashed forwards and landed a fast side kick to knock Izuku back again. He grunted again as he flipped back to his feet. Itsuka took her stance again, but winced this time. She leaned a bit more on her front foot before switching to a southpaw stance, the toes of her front foot just touching the ground. Freckles is pretty good. He countered by hitting Itsuka's ankle with a knee and elbow. Setsuna thought as she watched the fight continue. Itsuka blocked a kick before pulling Izuku in for a knife hand to the throat. He choked but slammed a hook across her face. Itsuka spat a bit before turning around to face Izuku again as he rubbed his neck. You're pretty good. I guess I should have expected that. You did beat my club members after all. And you're definitely different from them. Izuku said. He suddenly grinned, taking Itsuka aback. But I'm starting to get a read on you. Really now? Itsuka grunted as she hurled herself forwards with her one good foot. Izuku blocked her kick before countering with his own. Itsuka grunted as the blow hit her side and forced her to stumble forwards. She looked down at her ankle with a frown. Izuku stepped back and took his stance. Itsuka straightened up before clapping her hands together. Izuku frowned as she rubbed them together quickly before grabbing her ankle. A few crackling sounds were heard before she set her foot down. She put some weight on it before taking on her normal stance. Izuku frowned before taking a different stance. The two charged and clashed again. Their limbs and bodies were blurs as they attacked, blocked, parried, and spun relentlessly. Izuku suddenly blocked a few attacks before forcing Itsuka back with a stomp. He waved his arms around before landing a double palm strike on Itsuka's stomach. She grunted in pain as she was forced back, her feet digging into the mat. Izuku spun around and tried an axe kick, but it was intercepted by Itsuka's own high kick. The foot suddenly forced itself down, and Izuku yelled as he was suddenly being thrown through the air. Itsuka stepped forwards and yelled as she brought her fist forwards. It collided with his stomach, causing the mid-air teen to bend over before being sent flying again. He rolled across the ground, grunting as he did before slowly getting back up. I'm starting to get a read on you now. Try not to choke on your foot, Izuku, he thought to himself. Itsuka charged and threw a kick, only for Izuku to block it with his crossed arms. Itsuka spun around as she tried to kick him a couple times, only for him to block with his arms. Are you stealing my moves? Itsuka grunted as she tried a punch. Izuku blocked before spinning and slamming an elbow into her stomach, knocking her back. She grunted as she looked up, only for her eyes to widen as Izuku appeared behind her, hooked 2 fingers into the corner of her mouth, and threw her. She grunted as she rolled head over heels before managing to catch herself. Izuku dashed forwards and threw a lunging sidekick. Itsuka could barely react before being knocked back by a foot to the face. She got up and wiped her mouth with a glare. The hell was that? You said street rules. Izuku shrugged. Itsuka yelled as she charged forwards, Izuku charging in kind. The two jumped up into the air, both pulling their legs back for a kick. What is going on here? A teacher yelled as they burst in. Izuku and Itsuka missed their marks and slammed onto the mat, groaning. Just a sparring match, ma'am. Setsuna assured her. Itsuka kendo. What do you think you're doing? The teacher demanded angrily at Itsuka. Sorry, ma'am. I was just dash. What were you thinking? Challenging a quirkless to a fight. They're not as strong as you, the teacher yelled. Excuse me? I was kicking her butt. Izuku interrupted. I'm sure you were, the teacher assured Izuku. He snarled in anger before turning away with a grunt as the teacher berated Itsuka for bullying the weak. Line break. That was one wild first day. Itsuka sighed. It's a good thing his dad came in and spoke up for you. What was his name? Kane? Anyways, ever since, people have been trying to pick a fight with Midoriya, only to get put in their place by either a teacher, which sees Midoriya off, or by a set-off Midoriya. He's a pretty wild guy. Setsuna said. That's an understatement. Itsuka sighed. The school bell rang and the two girls stood up. But Setsuna was looking at Midoriya as he walked out. Her face broke out into a grin. I'm a bug him. Don't. Do. No. Yes. Tokage, no. Tokage, yes. Why did you say it like that? You always gotta say it like that. Line break. Wyvern has been taken in and is now waiting for his trial. The police collected the evidence, and the evidence was also seen online. Kana said over the phone. Izuku was walking home with his phone to his ear, nodding as he listened. So, next target? Well, according to your list, the one we want to see next is another hero named 6-7. Start organizing your evidence. I have a meeting with Jiren. I'd see you later. Izuku hung up and pocketed his phone. He continued walking and stopped. If you want to steal something, don't be so obvious about it, he said. A giggle sounded out as he turned around. Setsuna wagged his phone at him as her hand reattached itself. Sorry. Just thought I'd pull a little prank on you, she said. Izuku dashed forwards as a blur, surprising Setsuna and causing her to take a step back. Another blur snatched his phone out of her hand, and a finger was pointed at her chin, forcing her head to tilt back. I don't like being pranked, he said before turning away. Setsuna blinked as he continued walking before beginning to follow him. Stop following me. No. No. Izuku repeated as he turned around. No. I decided that you're a bit too antisocial. So, I'm gonna bug ya until you're not. No, you're not. Yes, I am. No, you're not. Yes, I am. FCK off. FCK on. That's not a saying. It is now. Ga. Izuku dashed off, Setsuna hot on his trail. The two teens cut into an alleyway, where a fence was waiting. Izuku leapt up the fence and hurled himself over it with ease. Setsuna grinned before suddenly breaking into pieces. Izuku's eyes widened at the sight of this. The small pieces shot through the fence links before reforming into Setsuna. She grinned at him. You can't escape me, she sang. We'll see. Izuku said before running away again. Setsuna gave chase, her head popping up to reach high into the sky. She grinned at the sight of Izuku and rocketed off to him. People freaked out on the ground as a blur shot past them, and then they screamed as a headless body charged past them after the blur. You're pretty fast. I knew you were good at fighting, but I didn't think you would be this fast. Setsuna said as her head flew next to Izuku. He slapped the head away, earning an ow, as it spun through the air before catching itself and returning to his side. Well, that wasn't very nice. She pouted. The head was slapped away again, but persisted. Izuku growled before running onto a bridge over a river. He shot to the side and jumped the fence, falling into the water with a splash. Setsuna paused over the water as her body finally caught up, falling over in exhaustion. She herself was breathing rather heavily. Well, his notes are now ruined, she said as she caught her breath. The head hovered closer to the water, when suddenly a glob of mud splattered into her face. She yelped and flew back as Izuku burst out of the water and swam to the side. He quickly scaled up the side of the river and flipped Setsuna off. "Peace off," he yelled before continuing to run away. Setsuna dunked her face underwater before bringing it up with a scowl. "Oh, it's on." Line break. With great agility, Izuku jumped from wall to wall before grabbing a windowsill. He hoisted himself up and fell inside, rolling back to his feet in his room. He sighed as he yanked off his wet uniform and grabbed a towel to dry himself off. His bag was tossed onto the ground with the flap falling open, revealing an airtight zipper. "Man, what was her deal?" he grumbled as he pulled out a t-shirt and a pair of shorts before pulling them on. He walked over to his computer and turned it on. He pulled up a new doc, another filled doc, and began typing. Music started playing a couple minutes in, but other than that, it was silent. Suddenly, his doorbell rang, breaking him out of his trance. Izuku looked over his shoulder in confusion. He stood up and walked out of his room, heading for the door. Suddenly, a loud banging was heard on the door. Izuku's eyes widened, and his breathing became heavier. The quirkless teen gritted his teeth and shut his eyes. He took a breath as the banging became louder. His green eyes opened, glaring in anger and with bloodlust. He pulled open a drawer next to him and pulled out a pair of pistols before stalking forwards. He inched the door slightly open and blinked. A headless body was there. Izuku hurried back to his room and flung the door open. "Hey!" he yelled. Setsuna jumped, or at least her head did, and she turned from his computer with a guilty grin on her face. "Hey there, Freckles." Izuku slammed the pistols onto his desk before grabbing the head by the hair. He spun it around before throwing it out of the window as she screamed. The window was slammed and locked, and Izuku huffed as he plopped back down into his seat before looking over his computer. "Why can't she mind her own business?" he grumbled. "Blackmailing is fun though," Setsuna said. Izuku whirled around to see the girl grinning at him. "I couldn't read anything though." "You write gibberish?" she asked. Izuku turned off his computer and scowled at her. "How did you get in?" "You left your door open." "Sht. Yep. Good grief." Izuku rubbed his eyes and gave Setsuna a look. "Why are you being so stubborn? I slapped you twice, threw mud in your eyes, and threw you out the window like a ball of yarn. At this point, it's a game," she simply said. Izuku rolled his eyes before turning to his desk. "Well, if you're gonna insist on sticking around, at least try not to annoy me," he grumbled. He pulled over and unzipped his bag and pulled out his homework. Fine, Setsuna said. She also pulled out her homework and plopped onto his bed. Izuku looked at this in annoyance but didn't comment on anything. "Hey, why isn't your homework wet?" she said after a bit of homework. "Didn't you jump into a river?" "Yeah, but my bag is airtight when zipped up." "Like you when you got that stick up your butt? Go to hell. Where do you think I came from? By the way, what kind of blickies do you have?" "No one says that." "Lots of people say that." "So what kind of guns are they?" "That they're M1911A1s. 15 rounds each, 85 rounds per minute, a range of 50 meters, and a muzzle velocity of 260 meters per second." "Neat. You know how to use them? And why do you have guns?" "Of course I know how to use them. If you have a gun and don't know how to use it, then you're asking to be shot. And if someone breaks in, they won't care about quirk laws. So, good point. A bit morbid, but good point. Hey, can you teach me how to shoot a gun?" "No. Please. No. Please. No. Please." "Ugh, fine." "Really?" "Yes, if it will shut you the hell up." "Yeah, this will be awesome." I can teach you to shoot, but I can't give you your own gun. You need a permit for that. Do you have a permit? Of course I have a permit. Where do I get a permit? With your parents. That's gonna be a bit hard. Izuku studied the suddenly sheepish Setsuna before huffing and standing up. Come on, let's go. Go where? Go to a place where we can practice. The sooner I teach you, the sooner I get rid of you. Izuku grumbled as he scooped up his pistols. Setsuna grinned as she followed him out. Line break. Setsuna would say it was a pretty good afternoon overall. She got to use a gun and even managed to impress Izuku slightly by hitting 3 headshots, though he told her to not aim for the head, as that would kill them. She was relieved to find out Izuku didn't like the idea of killing people. Guess people not wanting to be heroes doesn't make them a villain. So was kinda disappointed that he wouldn't give her a gun. Well, gotta take our wins when we can. Setsuna shrugged as she walked into her house. Fingers slipped into her mouth, making her freeze. She turned slightly to see a grinning man and scowled. Well, you look like you had a good day, the man said as he released Setsuna. She turned around and glared, but put up her hands when she saw what the man was holding. I don't suppose you have a permit for that, she said dryly. The man chuckled as he waved around his pistol. Course I do. Course, it wouldn't have stopped me. I'm a gangster after all, the man said. Look, go back and tell that fat ass that the money is coming, alright? You already took my mom and my dad, just leave me and my baby sis alone. Setsuna snapped. The man laughed. Such a responsible little lady. And with some fire in ya. Oh man, if only you were legal. If this is what gets your rocks off, you're really messed up. Relax, Lizzie. You know I'm not serious. I may be a gangster that likes fire, but I don't do RP, the man said. He pocketed his pistol and grinned at her again. I bet you'll get 1 more month before having to pay. Remember, the penguin is only so generous, he said before walking out. Setsuna growled before flipping the door off. The sweet embrace of sleep. It is a lovely PRD of time. Especially for the Red Hood. Sleeping after many late nights of finding, fighting, and exposing corrupt heroes. Izuku liked to think himself tenacious, but he was still human. It doesn't help that Kana has upped the amount of poison he has to digest. His stamina tended to be on an all-time low. So, every afternoon, he set up his phone with a speaker with a nice, slow jazz playlist playing. He would set down a nice fluffy pillow on his couch with a nice warm blanket with the air conditioner running, keeping him both warm and cool, as well as relaxed as he reads a book, magazine, or manga until he drifts off to sleep. It was a welcome tradition from dealing with the hellish training Kana put him through every day. But he wasn't allowed to have nice things for long, it would seem. Hello. A loud voice sang as the owner of said voice threw open his door. Izuku jerked under his blanket with a snort and groaned, his voice muffled by the magazine on his face. Said magazine was suddenly snatched off his face. Whatcha reading? A dirty magazine? Setsuna asked as her upper body floated above him while her lower body walked up to him as he sat up. She flipped through the pages and made a noise of approval. Give that back. Izuku grumbled as he swiped at the floating girl. No way. Setsuna stuck her tongue out at Izuku as she floated higher, eyes glued to the magazine. Where did you even get this kind of magazine? At where I get my guns. Izuku said before flipping off the back of his couch and snatching the magazine from Setsuna's surprised hands to land on the floor. Her 2 halves of her body came together and looked over his shoulder. So are you gonna get one? She asked. Nah, too expensive. Izuku said. I mean, that one's cheap, she said as she pointed. I have enough guns anyways, he said as he tossed the magazine on his coffee table, letting it fall open to reveal different pistols with even a few rifles. More importantly, why are you in my house? Wow, you are really good at yelling. Shut up and leave kelp hair. Make me broccoli. Setsuna challenged. Izuku bent down, scooped her off her feet, carried the girl to the door, and tossed her out before slamming it shut. Oh yeah, he can, she remembered. She stood up before splitting into pieces before zipping around the apartment building and slipping through a window. Izuku came into his bedroom and yelled in irritation at the sight of Setsuna laying down on his bed. Go away, he yelled. Feed me. Setsuna shot back. If it makes you back off then fine. Izuku grumbled as he stomped out of the room. Setsuna grinned as she followed behind him. When are you going to leave me alone? The secret villain grumbled as he pulled out a container from his refrigerator before pulling off the lid and pushing it into the microwave. Never. Setsuna grinned. Izuku deadpanned and groaned loudly as he slammed the door shut and punched in a number. You're gonna break your microwave if you keep punching it. Shut it. Izuku grumbled as he pulled out a can of spinach and popped it open by crushing it with his hand. He dumped the insides of it into his mouth and chewed with a disgusted face. I can never understand how you can eat that much spinach right from the can. Setsuna commented as her disembodied hands pulled the container out of the microwave and grabbed a fork. Spinach is good for you. Eat it. Izuku grumbled through his mouth full of green. You know, I've never seen you eat anything other than vegetables. And literal cupfuls of eggs. Vegetables are good for you, so eat it. Izuku shot back. Yes, Dad. Setsuna sassed before stabbing her fork into some greens. Izuku sighed before throwing the crushed can into his garbage and walking away. Going somewhere? Setsuna asked over her shoulder. Somewhere where I don't have to deal with you. Izuku shot back before walking out with his jacket slung over his shoulder. Have fun. I'll lock up for you. Setsuna called back. She looked down at her food before getting up and going to the couch, grabbing the gun magazine and plopping herself down on the couch with it. Ooh, that's a nice one, she commented. Eat. Izuku's voice boomed through the door, causing her to jump. Line break. 97, 90, 99. Dash. Izuku's phone suddenly went off, causing the green-haired boy to begin cursing. Damn it. Right before I hit 100, he grumbled. He straightened from his squats and began stretching out his legs. Oh, Midoriya. Izuku looked over his shoulder. Itsuka was standing there with a bag slung over her shoulder wearing a white GI, tied with a black belt, as expected. She walked up to him as he stood up straight. What, you want that overdue rematch? Izuku asked as he stood up while rolling his shoulders. Right after you exercised? Yeah, right. The martial artist scoffed. I'm not some second-rate pansy. I can take some pain. Izuku scoffed as he cracked his knuckles. All right then. Bring it on. Itsuka said as she threw down her bag and took a stance. Izuku took his own stance with a cocky grin. The two teens shot forwards and slammed their fists together with a loud crack. And then they collapsed with a groan as their sore muscles tried to kill them. Framed. Check. Itsuka groaned. Icharanjich. Izuku growled back. The two picked themselves up and brushed themselves off. I heard that Setsuna comes over to your house nowadays. Itsuka said nonchalantly as Izuku scooped up his phone. Yeah. Is she always so annoying? He asked with a hint of irritation in his voice. Itsuka frowned. Hey, watch it, she warned. I'd watch it if she hasn't been bugging me for the last week. She's just trying to distract herself. From what? From, none of your business. I think it is my business, considering it's making her come to my house and eat my food. You gave her a key, so that she'd stop trying to break in. 'Cause you're too nice to just let her get arrested. Well, if she's gonna be a hero, she shouldn't be trying so hard to be arrested all the time. Look, if you want to know about Sets, you should just befriend her properly instead of yelling at her. What do you want from me? I was raised by the Bakugos. The who? Forget it. Izuku walked away, though his intrigue in his fellow green hair had increased. For a second he considered asking Jiren or Kana, but reasoned that this probably wasn't worth the yen. It was probably gonna be something stupid. Speaking of which, Kana did say that she wants me to hold off on spending money. Something about an upgrade to our weapons locker, the teen thought. A chill suddenly ran down his back, causing the villain's eyes to widen. He whirled around into his stance, scanning the area with his green eyes. There were a couple of kids, a couple of adults, a police cruiser on the other side with a cop eating donuts while sitting on the hood, but nothing out of the ordinary. Izuku looked around some more, but didn't see anything weird. He grunted and relaxed. I need more sleep, he groaned as he walked off with a hand scratching his fluffy hair. He didn't notice a pair of sharp eyes watching him with a small grin. Line break. The next day found the boy and two girls at school once again. Izuku continued to backtalk teachers and get angry when they brought up his quirklessness to talk down on him. Setsuna didn't bother him while school was in session though, so that was a plus. Unfortunately, he ended up in detention after knocking out the teeth of another quirkist. And Setsuna ended up meeting him after school thanks to a club meeting she had. Why do you insist on following and bugging me? Izuku growled as he and Setsuna walked out of the school grounds. 'Cause you give a reaction, she said with a shrug. So what, if I didn't give a reaction, you'd leave me alone? Well, not at this point. If you start ignoring me, I'm gonna take it as a challenge. Oagaga. There we go. The two greenheads continued to walk down the sidewalk, dodging around people in their way. He walks pretty fluidly, she noted as she watched Izuku practically slither through the crowd. Why is she still following me? He grumbled as he spotted Setsuna in the reflection of a window. Well, if you're gonna keep bugging me, then answer me this. What's up? I heard that you're trying to distract yourself from something by bugging me. So what's up? He asked. Setsuna blinked. Oh, nothing. Just some family troubles. Oh, all right then. Izuku fell into silence. He had a feeling that it was more than just that, but the Bakugos had a little bit more tact than to ask. Mitsuki and Masaru did at least. Setsuna looked at him in slight curiosity, but her attention was grabbed by her phone vibrating. She checked the screen and scowled, something Izuku caught when he peeked at her in a window reflection again. Well, since you seem to be so insistent on not being bugged, I better get going. You get one pass and you just used it. Setsuna said quickly as she hurried away. Izuku watched her go. Oh, guess I can finally take that nap, he shrugged. He turned around, walked, stopped, turned back in the direction Setsuna went. Guess I can finally take that nap, he growled. I don't want to check on her. She's not my business. He stood there in the street before finally letting out one very long groan of annoyance. Darn it, he ran off in another direction. 30 minutes later, Red Hood was leaping over rooftops in the same direction that Setsuna took, silently cursing himself as he did. So busy was he, that he didn't notice someone was watching him through red lenses. Line break. There was a reason why crime occurred at night. Not only were more people asleep after being awake for a day, but there wasn't as much light. No sun, and the street lights only cover so much of the area. So it's rather easy for people to miss the sight of someone sneaking through an area, trying not to be seen. It would be more difficult if it weren't for the fact that the person was currently in 18 different pieces, slowly floating along a building while her feet stayed on the ground. Sorry about this, Setsuna whispered as her hands began working on a window, trying to get it to unlock. Suddenly, a shadow blurred across the wall, startling Setsuna. She quickly flew away from the window and reassembled herself, taking a stance with one hand on the ground. A loud clang caught her attention and caused her to whirl around with a hand going to her waist. What she saw made her freeze. Red Hood stood up slowly, towering over her from on top of a car. Didn't think I'd find someone here, he mused, his voice deeper and raspy than usual. He studied his classmate, taking in her appearance. She was wearing a black cloak, which hid most of her. The hood was up, and there was a cat mask covering her upper face, but it was definitely her. He could tell not only from her quirk, but the bit of hair which he could see under the hood. Hey, I'm not some hero, okay? Setsuna tried. Just leave me alone. Hey now, I'm not just some guy who hunts random heroes just because they appear on TV. I'm exposing fakes, who are really villains. So, I'm just a villain who happens to go after bigger game than regular robbers. Doesn't mean I'ma ignore a little girl trying to get into an apartment in such shady clothes. Red Hood said as he jumped down. Setsuna bit her lip as she backed away and swung her cloak around, hiding her slightly from eyesight. You trying a ninja van, W? Red Hood dropped to the ground as several small things shot through the cloak and over him. Setsuna's cloak dropped back into place and revealed a pistol with a silencer on the end. Why did I teach her to shoot? Red Hood groaned as he backflipped repeatedly to dodge Setsuna's shots before somersaulting onto the car. Setsuna shot again when he landed, but the villain blocked the shots with the armor on his forearms. He pulled out his own pistols and fired back, forcing the girl to dodge. Setsuna ran away as fast as she could while Red Hood jumped down. He looked at the ammo she shot and grimaced slightly when he saw they were actual bullets. "Wait, why am I so worried? There's no way she can beat me," he scoffed as he turned back around. A pipe smashed onto his helmet, staggering him enough for Setsuna to use her makeshift weapon to sweep his feet out from under him and send him sprawling on his back. "Rookie," Kana said over the radio. "You're here?" Red Hood grunted. "Duh," his mentor said back. Red Hood flipped Kana a mental bird before flipping to his feet, not surprised that she was watching. Setsuna swung her pipe again, only for Red Hood to dodge and counter with a kick to her stomach. She gasped as she fell to her knees, arms around her gut as Red Hood walked behind her. "Give up," he taunted with a pistol against her head. The bullets were rubber, but she didn't need to know that. "Hey, you know what's my favorite movie?" Setsuna groaned. Red Hood blinked at the unexpected question. Spaceballs," was her answer before she spun around with her quirk and slammed her fist into his ball. A bell rang in his head before he collapsed, holding his junk. Sean Sharon's shabby shoes. "My ball," he cursed before punching Setsuna in the privates as she stood up. A bell rang in her head as she collapsed as well, cursing. "Dude, you don't punch a girl there." "Shut up. You did it first." Red Hood yelled back. The two teens rolled around in the alley, cursing each other before getting to their feet shakingly. They still groaned as the pain eventually disappeared before Setsuna suddenly swung the pipe again. But this time, Red Hood caught it and yanked it from her hand to throw behind him. The girl swung only for Red Hood to spin and kick her hand away. Or off, as her fist popped off her wrist to fly towards the wall. It stopped and shot back to backhand the villain, knocking him back. Setsuna's fist detached and orbited around her as she ran forwards as Red Hood took his own stance. He tried to kick her, but her torso split before impact, making him whiff. Her fist slammed against his chest to knock him down as Red Hood tried to catch his balance. The teen rolled with the landing and kicked away a fist before blocking another. Setsuna dashed past him as her hands picked up some bricks and flung them before following her. Red Hood smashed the bricks with a roundhouse but clicked his tongue in annoyance when he saw her gone. "You seriously lost to a common thief?" Kana deadpanned. "Shut it. I just went easy on her." Red Hood snapped as he hurled a grappling hook onto the edge of a building and began climbing up it. He quickly scaled the rope and began jumping over the top of the buildings. Soon he caught sight of Setsuna and landed on the corner of a building to catch his breath, watching as Setsuna also stopped to catch her breath. "Okay, I think I lost him," she panted. "Did you now?" Red Hood thought. Setsuna looked around before knocking a pattern into a nearby door while taking out a small bag he didn't notice earlier from under the cloak. A pale white hand reached out and grabbed the bag greedily before yanking it inside. A little while later, the hand extended with a bundle of yen, which Setsuna snatched before running away. Red Hood watched her run, soon followed by a familiar purple and pink-haired blur. The villain dropped down to the ground and pressed himself against the wall before knocking in the same pattern he saw Setsuna did. The door opened and a pale wide-eyed face stared at him creepily. "So, she was followed," the face said. "I'm not here for trouble." Red Hood said. "Then you are here for profit, I guess. So, what can you tell me about the girl?" "My information isn't free." Red Hood grunted and pulled out his wallet. The hand snatched it from his hands before shoving it back into them, empty of bills. Red Hood stared at him in annoyance. "That girl has been coming here for 2 years. She has been giving me her collections for as long. You know why? She has need of my wealth. I hear that she has been forced to dance with a man dressed in light and dark. Are you always pausing and trying to speak in riddles?" "Hey, it makes me feel cool, back off kid," the white face said in annoyance. Red Hood scoffed. "So, who's the man dressed in light and dark? Someone you don't want to mess with. That's all your money buys, so scram." The face slammed the door shut, and Red Hood took that as his sign to leave. After leaving a dent in the door. "Line break. Setsuna paced the kitchen with a nervous demeanor. The Red Hood was a dangerous criminal, defeating multiple pro-heroes, even going as far as to kill one, and she punched him in the ball. She was half expecting the red-cowled villain to burst through the walls like the Kool-Aid Man and start wailing on her. Someone knocked on the window, and suddenly Setsuna wished that he did bust through the walls. "Hello, little lizard," the gangster from Penguin's group said as he came in. Setsuna growled slightly, wanting nothing more than to take her pistol and shoot him in the head. Unfortunately, that would make some people pretty upset with her. Itsuka, who was her best friend, her family, who took her in, and a quirkless classmate that honestly would kick her but with how often he stressed aiming for non-lethal areas. "So, you got the money?" the man said nonchalantly as he sat down at the kitchen table, grabbing an apple and taking a bite out of it. Setsuna glared but walked out of the kitchen, soon returning with a bundle of yen that she threw at him. The man caught the bundle easily. "Ah, good cash," he said as he flipped through the bills. Setsuna sat at the table with a nasty scowl, but her face just made the man laugh as he leaned back and slammed his feet on the table. "What's with that look? I'm not the one who died and left me with all their debt." "Shut it. You don't know anything about them. I know that they died, so the Penguin decided to put the debt on you. Honestly, I'm not too sure about working for a guy like him. Then dash. 'Cause he pays and I get to do illegal stuff for it." The man cut her off. Setsuna's scowl grew, the look foreign on the usually smiling girl. But her housemates were due to be home soon, so she was hoping this man would just leave. "So are you done here? Or do you want to take anything else?" "Nah, bit too risky for me to do that. Last time I did, I ended up knocking over that fancy urn you had. By the way, did you ever manage to find all the ashes?" the man asked with a grin. Setsuna gritted her teeth, the edges grinding against each other. "Just who are you? You show up to tell me that the Penguin is putting my parents' debt on me and my sister, tell me to steal stuff while doing the jobs he wants me to do for 2 years to pay off the Penguin, but you won't even tell me your name? Where's your manners?" "You make a point, kid. I do like to be a man of manners," the man shrugged. "My name is Piero." "Piero?" Setsuna repeated. The newly named Piero nodded. He looked down at a watch before standing with a devilish grin. "Well, I'd like to hang, but I'm afraid I don't have time to clown about. Toodles." Setsuna blinked, and he was gone, leaving only a bitten apple on the table. She scowled, but masked her frustration with a toothy grin when she heard a door open. The teen walked around the table and kicked the chair the man was sitting in into place. The apple jumped on the impact and was caught and tossed into the trash can. Walking into the hallway had her greeted with the sight of a family who, contrasting her favorite lizard theme, were more froggy in appearance. "Line break. Gah!" Izuku yelped as he was thrown across the room and skidded on the ground. The green-haired teen was quick to jump to his feet and block a drop kick from his opponent, but was still knocked onto his back from the force. Kana raised her leg and slammed her foot on his head as he rose, slamming his face into the ground. Izuku was pretty sure something in his face broke when he sat up and rubbed it. "So, why exactly are you trying to smash my bones?" Izuku groaned as he stood up and staggered back slightly. "You haven't been improving that much. I know that I gave you a less severe training schedule since school started, but I think we should up the level a little," Kana said before charging forwards. She jumped and kicked him several times, but the teen blocked the strikes and tried to counter with a punch, only for Kana to grab and put his arm in a lock. "USDST. So, where did Setsuna go?" Izuku grunted as he broke free only to be socked in the face and sent tumbling back again. "Probably her home. She had a key and it wasn't your house." "That isn't a lot of evidence," he said as he got to his feet, only to get swept off them and land on the ground again. "Life isn't some mystery game, and the court only needs so much evidence. Sometimes, all people need to accuse you is a hunch." Kana said, "By the way, I told you that we're trying to save money, right?" "Yeah. So why is it that we're missing 80,000 yen?" the former assassin asked with narrowing eyes. Izuku looked away, whistling slightly. A swift kick sent him flying across the room with a scream. A few minutes later, the two were sitting on the floor of the bunker, Izuku having explained the situation. "So, Your classmate's in trouble with some shady business. Yep. So you asked Jiren to get you some information. Yep. And he charged 80,000. Yep. I guess the next training session will focus on proper dealings. This kind of information is supposed to be half the price. Half? Yes. Billions of blue blistering barnacles. Ooh, I loved that movie last month. Yeah, we should have another movie night. Anyways, while you failed miserably at buying information dash. Oi. Jiren always comes through finding things. He should contact you right about now. Right on cue, the base's phone began ringing. Kana walked over to the phone and picked up. Sure enough, Jiren's voice sounded out over the speaker, letting Red Hood cue into the info. So, the guy with the pale face in the door said that your target is dancing with a man dressed in light and dark. Considering how secretive he's being, he might be the Penguin. The Penguin? Izuku repeated with a furrowed brow. A gang leader with a history of causing trouble for a bunch of underground heroes and common folk. He's the head of multiple companies, and is a pretty big guy in the black market. Sounds serious. He is. What else you got on him? He's got like 12 different people who owe him some pretty big cash. And a bounty with 500,000 yen, so take him down and you get some good money. Speaking of which, that's all your money gets. You kidding? I paid twice more than I was supposed to. That's your fault, kid. Jiren hung up, leaving Izuku to curse at the dial tone. Kana shook her head as she walked over to the back of the bunker, where several weapon racks sat. There was a chest sitting under them, and this was what Kana opened. So what in the world are you even doing this for anyways? You're always complaining about her. And you haven't even known her for a month, she asked as she dug through the contents. Izuku shrugged as he pulled on his jacket and clipped on his belt, his pistols and shurikens jingling slightly. I dunno. I guess I just don't like that someone I know has to deal with this, he said. It's not really your business. I just need to do this. But she's barely your friend. And the Penguin himself is someone pretty dangerous. How dangerous? Well, in terms of pure hand-to-hand combat, you might not be able to beat him. Might be because of his quirk. Not to mention that he has a lot of guards. Besides, you should just focus on the bigger picture. We have at least 3 heroes we got info on. Kana said as she held up the different files. Sounds like a party. And the heroes can wait for now. Red Hood said as he slid on his cowl. Kana frowned and shot across the bunker, appearing in front of the villain as he turned as soon as he turned to the exit, making the teen stumble back in shock. We set out to change the current society. Expose villains disguised as heroes. Be cures to the disease. Tear down the veil. This is something you have to focus on. If you want to do this, you need to give me a good reason. Otherwise, you're wasting time playing hero, she said. Red Hood grumbled as he crossed his arms. Look, I dunno. Do I really need a reason to help someone? This kind of stuff is just instinct, he said. The last word made her pause. Kana studied her student, completely silent, before nodding. She opened her mouth to say something, paused, and then talked. All right then. Then you're going to do this. Properly. First this. She pulled something from behind her back and held it out. Red Hood looked at it in confusion. It was another cowl. He had plenty of spares, but this wasn't a spare. It wasn't as shiny in the light, the eye slots were more linear than circular, and it was more armor in design. The one you're wearing right now is a regular motorcycle helmet. This one is custom-made and more military in design. Much more durable, and comes with infrared vision, she said as Red Hood took the cowl. He pulled off his current helmet and slid on the new one. It felt slightly heavier, but it felt comfortable. Kana touched the side of the cowl and suddenly things were in red, green, and orange. When looking at the eye slots, people can see that it's glowing green. Wow. Yep. It also disguises your voice, so you don't need to hide it. Next, smoke bombs. She pressed some of the canisters in his gloved hands. They're a mix of tear gas and mace, so keep your cowl on. It'll protect your eyes and lungs. Awesome. Yep. Now, if you want to take out the Penguin, you'd better do it properly. Kana said. Line break. Doing it properly apparently meant attacking the penguin's gang and trying to dismantle it bit by bit. Up the intensity of the attacks until the penguin himself tries to take care of business. Start with a few thugs, then eventually attack warehouses. Red Hood soon found himself battling several thugs at once, much to his disgruntlement. "Juice!" the villain grunted as he was drop-kicked and was sent tumbling backwards, his pistols having been knocked away earlier. He rolled to his feet and took his stance as the three grunts all charged. "HM. I should have seen this coming. Then again, I was expecting you to only be fighting one-on-one for a while." Kana mused while Red Hood was put in a headlock for another thug to just punch his stomach over and over again before another thug kicked him away. The villain landed on the ground, groaning as he got to his feet. "Seen what?" he growled through gritted teeth. "You don't know how to fight multiple people at once." Kana pointed out. Red Hood took a stance as the three thugs charged again. When fighting different people, you use different moves, different tactics. You also have to keep your eyes on different people at once, and have to respond to different things in different ways. Kana said over the radio as she watched Red Hood get knocked onto the ground and kicked over and over again. You want to get out of there?" "No duh," the villain grunted before throwing both fists up and clocking two of the grunts in the nards and causing them to collapse. The final grunt kicked Red Hood until he eventually rolled back to his feet. The grunt charged again, but Red Hood shot up and slammed his cowled head against the grunt's face, knocking them and some teeth out. They collapsed to the ground while Red Hood knocked the other two grunts out before collapsing against the wall and falling to the floor. He hemmed in pain. Kana landed nearby and began looking over the truck the grunts were loading up. Looking at these, they're probably loading up some fresh trade. There's a good amount of weapons here. Not a fan of the drags though. Gonna have to get rid of those," Kana said to herself. Red Hood pushed himself up to his feet against the building next to him, only to slip and fall down with a pained grunt. Kana gave him a glance before continuing to look through the contents of the truck. "Walk it off. I'll call your school tomorrow to get you a day off to recover. Then we hit another target tomorrow night," she said. "U.S. the villain groaned. "Line break. Dum-dee-dum." Piero hummed to himself as he glanced at his watch, tapping his foot as he leaned back in a chair. He glanced around the icy blue room before looking at his watch again. A ding from the elevator caught his attention. The thug gave a toothy grin as he stood up and faced the metal pair of doors as they slid open, revealing two of his fellow thugs under the penguin's hire. One was a tall, scrawny man in ragged green clothes, carrying a box on his belt. The other was a fellow hooded thug, but had a pair of red glasses. Hey, if it isn't Tori and Ty," Piero greeted. "Do not refer to us as though we are friends," the scrawny man rasped as he pointed a thin finger at Piero. Piero simply grinned in amusement as he waved it off. "Oh Tori, how can you treat me so? We've been working together for so long," he laughed. "You, child, have been working here for 2 years. Hey, I'm 21. Knock it off you too." "Sajishi, why ya call us here?" the hooded thug questioned. Piero grinned as he pointed a thumb over his shoulder. Behind him were a pair of large wooden doors. "You're gonna have to talk to the boss, Ty. But, well, I think Tori and I have a pretty good idea." Tori scowled deeply, indicating that he does. The three men walked to the doors and Piero pushed them open. The three walked into the office, their breaths immediately becoming visible. The room was an icy blue, much like the rest of the building, but it was much colder. There were icicles hanging from the ceiling and decorating the window which overlooked the city. In between the three men and the window, there was a mahogany desk with a large blue chair facing away from them. The desk had a large plate of what looked to be raw fish. A stream of smoke was coming from the chair. "Dang boss, you always keep this room so cold. I get you're the penguin, but seriously," Piero complained as he rubbed his arms. "Ah, shut it," a gruff voice said in a southern accent. The chair spun and revealed a beak-nosed and round man. He was pale and dressed in a classy tuxedo. He had a nasty scowl, glaring at the three through a single monocle with a cigar at the corner of his mouth. He grabbed the cigar and crushed it against his desk, putting it out before standing up. "Gentlemen, for the past 10 years, I've been building my gang up. I've been building it through careful spending of my money, careful placement of my members, and careful elimination of certain obstacles. Sajishi. Piero stood up straight. You're in charge of arm dealing. You've been proving pretty decent for a kid working for only 2 years. I'm 21. Piero muttered. Osor. You're in charge of drag dealings. You've been selling custom drags, one that only we have, so we have some guaranteed customers. Indeed. Torai nodded. And Jizatsu. You point, I shoot. Tai nodded. Correct, the penguin shouted as he slammed his hands on his desk and got to his feet. He walked around the desk with an umbrella. I have a pretty dang good foundation. But that doesn't mean that the rest of the building doesn't matter. Can you guess what I'm going to talk about next? That new vigilante in town. Piero guessed. The Red Hood, Tori scowled. An annoying bug buzzing around our heads. The penguin growled. Come on, boss, you can't be serious. This bug hits a few of the cheap grunts you hired. So what? Piero scoffed. This bug is also someone who decided to make a living fighting heroes and exposing them online. Was it just luck? Was it all set up? Maybe. But I'm not gambling with maybe, the penguin growled as he grabbed a fish and bit off its head. He chewed his food before swallowing as he turned around. I want the two of yous to recall all your men and be located inside of their respective warehouses. If this bug shows up, he'll show up to a warehouse filled to the brim with mobsters. The penguin ordered Piero and Tori. Piero saluted while Tori nodded. What about the debtors? Piero asked. Forget them. We'll collect after we deal with this vigilante. Penguin growled as he finished off his fish. And me. Tai spoke up. You'll be making sure that our competitors don't get ahead of us while our workers are busy. The penguin said. Tai nodded. You got it, boss. The three walked out and closed the doors behind them with a heavy thud. The penguin took another cigar out and lit it. He inhaled before breathing out a stream of smoke as he walked around his desk and sat down. He studied the city behind him and scoffed. Such an annoying bug. Why is a vigilante going after a mobster instead of his usual victims? No matter. He made a mistake going for me. I'm the penguin. The penguin got up and picked up an umbrella leaning against his desk before walking out as well. Line break. So yeah, you're gonna get a pass. Piero said nonchalantly as he examined a large serrated knife. A heavy sigh filled Setsuna's room as she walked up to a mirror. She had once again donned her dark outfit and glared at her reflection in front of her. Under the cloak, there was a skin-tight leather outfit with multiple zippers over her body, which she could use to allow the usage of her quirk. Her mask was a cheap Halloween one, the shape of a cat, to her annoyance, as she wanted a lizard. That demon bird, she growled in her head, swooping onto the daughter of a dead family and making her work for him. So why the hell are you telling me this? She asked in annoyance. Well, aside from the fact that you're technically one of the debtors we'll be forgetting for now, I heard you had an encounter with a certain red-cowled vigilante? Setsuna passed as she looked at him from the corner of her eye. How? I have my ways. Anyways, you don't have to worry about him for much longer. Piero shrugged. He held up a weird bullet with a green tip. Setsuna looked it over with a furrowed brow. What is that? Something another client of mine asked. I'm not as good as one of my coworkers, but I can definitely shoot well. You've been hired to assassinate Red Hood? Setsuna gasped. Ooh, be quiet. You don't want your foster family to hear you, do you? Piero grinned. But yeah, someone asked me to shoot M with this bullet. Just gotta wait for when he takes off that little cowl of his. Or at least, an opening. Duh. Setsuna was silent. Oh, what? Don't tell me that you don't want him to die. Piero scoffed. Setsuna gave him a glare. I can't help being a decent human, she snapped. Piero laughed, a cold laugh which sent shivers down her spine. He slammed the knife into the window frame as he jumped down, leaving the blade behind. Setsuna gritted her teeth slightly before taking off her suit and putting on a casual outfit. She looked out the window with a furrowed brow before sighing. She red-oned her suit and leapt out the window. Line break. All right, Red Hood, this is the next area. The first base will be attacking. Not that we have a choice, we're going ahead of time since no one in Penguin's gang is out in the open. Lady Nagant mumbled as she stood on the edge of a rooftop, Red Hood crouching nearby. They were overlooking a large building, which looked to be an abandoned factory. But despite the abandoned look, there was light and there were people moving around inside. I get the feeling that this isn't gonna be just a hit and run, the younger villain said. It's likely that there's more grunts than usual. Usually I let you handle things since you need the experience to grow stronger, but for this, I'm gonna have to provide some real support. Lady Nagant said. Real support? Lady Nagant's arm bent and her rifle popped out the elbow. Red Hood made a sound of understanding and stood up straight. Well, time to get down to business, he said. He tugged on the rope he was tying to a pipe and began making his way down the side of the building. Lady Nagant watched him reach the bottom and run towards the warehouse before scaling up the side. Itch him. He's getting better, she thought as she watched him climb up using the cracks in the wall. He suddenly slipped slightly and nearly fell, but managed to regain his grip and continued climbing after a pause. Still needs some work though. Red Hood's gloved hands grabbed the factory's roof, and he quickly tossed himself over the edge. He rolled over to the window roof and looked inside. Oh geez. There's, 16 of them? Red Hood grumbled. It's likely that we haven't found one of their main bases, so that's a plus. Otherwise there would be a lot more. Lady Nagant said. Looks like life is finally tossing me a bone. Red Hood said. He looked again. Just what are they doing anyways? Press the button next to the vision option. Lady Nagant said. Red Hood quickly obeyed and his eyes flashed. Lady Nagant looked at a picture appearing on her phone and grimaced. Oh, just classic. They're manufacturing drags. Seriously? What kind? Why? They're making cane. Or at least something similar to it. I saw a lot of similar factories when I was working with the HPSC. Lady Nagant said. She frowned deeply when she said this. The HPSC. I haven't heard anything other than them trying to take down Red Hood's info leaks. Considering the fact that I was their #1 for a while, it's only a matter of time before they come after me for real, she thought. She looked at Red Hood, her well-trained eyes seeing him analyze his gear, just as she trained him to. Hopefully he can handle it, she thought. I got 2 pistols with full tranq clips, 2 extra cartridges each, a few of the special bombs Kana gave me, some shurikens. Why do I have those when I just have guns, some mines for a light explosion, a knife, and these boots? Red Hood counted off, finishing off by knocking his boots, which made a metallic sound when they were hit. He paused and knocked his helmet as well. Almost forgot about this, he chuckled. He looked through the window again with a serious face in his cowl. Time for business, he said. The villain backed up before charging forwards. A grappling hook flew back and hooked on the edge of the building as he jumped up and smashed through the window. The grunts inside looked up in shock as glass and a teen villain fell down with a rope attached to him. It's the Hood! Red Hood! The grunts yelled as they ran away from the falling shards of glass. The rope snapped taut and yanked Red Hood into an arc, where he landed against the wall. He quickly slashed it with his knife and fell down to land on the concrete floor. Ow! He groaned as he hit his back a few times. The grunts yelling caught his attention as they all charged towards him with guns. Red Hood yelped as he ran around as they fired, eventually diving behind a machine that was pumping out white powder. He glanced at it before rummaging through his belt's contents. Bullets clanged against his cover, causing him to flinch. He glared under the machine's belt before taking out his guns and firing around the machine. You need sniper support? I'm good. Red Hood said stubbornly. One of the grunts took out an RPG and took aim at the machine. Take this, he yelled as he fired. The rocket shot towards the villain's hiding spot. Suddenly, the window shattered as a bullet pierced the air and struck the rocket. An explosion shook the factory as a shockwave blasted the 2 sides. Red Hood grunted as he fell over while the grunts each took cover as well. The teen grunted as he pushed himself up, dusted slightly with white powder. The heck kind of rockets are they firing? Be thanks. No problem. My turn. Red Hood quickly slapped a few mines onto the powder-making machine. A lot of the powder flew off, but the machine was still making more drags. Just as planned. Red Hood piled up the powder and stuck a few smoke bombs into the pile before dashing away. "Fire in the hole," he called before pushing a button. The mines exploded, destroying the machine and the smoke bombs with an ear-splitting boom. Powder and smoky gas filled the factory, causing the grunts to begin coughing and crying out in pain as they felt their eyes, throat, and nose burn intensely. Others began acting up as they felt the effect of the cane-like drags. "Ugh, this is what we get for making drags," one of the grunts groaned as he staggered. A booted foot slammed into his face, knocking him backwards. Red Hood dashed around him, his cowl's eyes glowing green to show his infrared vision. He kicked the grunt repeatedly, knocking him around relentlessly before slamming his face into the ground, knocking him out. "One down," he said. He looked up and dodged back as another grunt attacked him with a pair of glowing fingers. The two danced around each other as they fought before Red Hood managed to land a powerful uppercut that knocked the grunt back. He took out one of his pistols and shot the grunt repeatedly before she finally fell down onto her back. "I should get stronger tranks," he muttered. A bullet whizzed by him, shooting down a grunt sneaking up to him and taking them out. Red Hood flinched to the side. "Stop analyzing if it means you're going to stand still, dummy." Lady Nagant scolded. "Sorry," Red Hood said. He hurled himself towards another grunt and began fighting her as well. The grunt was knocked around but managed to block a strike. She slapped a palm against his chest, and Red Hood experienced a powerful shock that knocked him back. He groaned in pain as he rolled over to his front and pushed himself back up. "All right, ow," he grunted. "He's over here," the grunt screamed before coughing. Red Hood's fist crashed across her face and his foot into her stomach, knocking her down and out. She was knocked out, but the damage was done. More grunts charged towards Red Hood, and the villain groaned as he got ready to fight. This was going to take a while. "Line break. Boss. Boss." The penguin turned to his radio. The fat mobster pressed a button and grunted. "The Red Hood is here." "Are you sure?" "How do you know?" he asked cautiously. "Line break." "Well?" The grunt looked behind him through a pair of goggles with glowing purple eyes. Red Hood quickly grabbed the end of a rifle and forced it away from him as it fired with a bang. His other hand began punching the grunt relentlessly until they let go of the rifle. Red Hood gripped the rifle and used it to smash the grunt into the ground, knocked out. A rocket narrowly missed him and impacted a machine, sending him flying as the shockwave slammed into the villain. "He's got a red helmet and is beating up a few of our grunts pretty good," he said. "Line break." "All right, just hang out until we get there," the penguin ordered before hanging up. Piero's voice said over the radio. "I'm going to teach this runt a lesson myself," the penguin grunted. "You two get there as soon as you can." "Understood," Torai rasped. "You got it, boss," Piero said. The penguin made his way out of his ice-cold office, umbrella in hand. "Line break. Hurry up and go to sleep, you big j." Red Hood groaned as he was tossed around by a giant, who he had a tight chokehold on. The giant gasped for breath before finally collapsing. Red Hood rolled off his back and onto the ground, breathing heavily. "Status report. No more bullets. No more smoke bombs. Still got my knife and shurikens though. And like, 2 more explosives." Red Hood grunted as he pushed himself up. "Well, you did a good job this time. Take 10 and then get back to base." Lady Nagant ordered. "Yes, ma'am," Red Hood groaned as he staggered over to the side. Outside, Lady Nagant sighed as she stood up. "The kid took down a few, and I helped with a few others. It might just take a few more years before he's ready." Lady Nagant thought. She looked around and paused. "Hey, Red Hood, you might need to hurry up. Someone is coming," she warned. Red Hood groaned as he staggered around. "Dang it," he growled as he moved, ignoring a ringing phone. Lady Nagant watched as a car pulled up to the factory. She frowned as the doors opened, and the penguin came out, along with a hooded figure. The penguin barked something as he waved his umbrella around angrily, to which the hooded figure simply shrugged as he took a phone away from his ear. Her rifle popped out again from her elbow, and she took aim at the mobster. Better take this guy out quickly, she thought to herself. Her rifle fired a bullet, and it flew straight towards the penguin. The penguin hummed. His umbrella suddenly shot up and blocked the bullet with ease. Lady Nagant's eyes widened in shock as she watched the bullet clatter to the ground uselessly. Take care of that bug, the mobster ordered. Got it, boss? Piero grinned. He dashed towards the building and suddenly jumped up to the top in one fluid motion. Lady Nagant's rifle pulled back into her elbow as she got ready. Well, Lady Nagant, I wasn't expecting to see you here, Piero said, clearly pleased with who he found. Who in the world are you? Name's Piero. One of the penguin's top goons and the boss of his arms dealing. Not a big fan of how you've been taking all our guns, by the way. Piero wagged his finger as though he was scolding Lady Nagant, but she wasn't amused. She aimed her rifle at him with a scowl. Back off. Can't do. I got a job to do. Piero shrugged as he reached into his pockets and pulled out a deck of cards? Cards? Related to your quirk? Lady Nagant guessed. Close. Piero grinned before suddenly flinging the cards at high speeds. Lady Nagant ducked under them and jumped over a follow-up throw. The card embedded itself into the roof and began burning. Yikes, that's dangerous, she thought. She landed and backflipped as more cards impacted the roof. Piero laughed as he hurled more razor-sharp cards. Lady Nagant dodged them all before firing back a precise shot that flew towards his forehead. But Piero instantly blocked by holding up a card that sliced the bullet in half. Ooh, right for the kill? I like it, he grinned. Lady Nagant grimaced as she got ready and fired some more shots. Piero dashed forwards, slashing the bullets out of midair and hurling more cards. Lady Nagant jumped over the cards and used the recoil of her rifle to boost her to the next rooftop. Piero leapt high into the air after her and hurled more cards that she dodged by rolling to the side. They embedded themselves into the roof once again as she rolled to her feet and took aim as Piero landed. You're fast, he said. So are you. Let's see how long you can run. Piero cackled as he whipped out and hurled more cards. Line break. Whoa. What do we have here? A gruff voice grunted as the penguin walked in. Red Hood stood in the middle of the factory with crossed arms, surrounded by piles of drag powder. Hey there. Considering that outdated suit, I'm guessing you're the pen. What are you doing? Red Hood cut himself off as the penguin walked over to the side and began jabbing at what looked to be a thermostat. Sure enough, the factory was filled with the sound of air conditioners as the building slowly became colder and colder. Just prefer colder temps. Anyways, you're the Red Hood brat, aren't ya? The penguin said as he slammed the end of his umbrella down. Yep. And I'm here to kick your bird brain butt. So why is some random vigilante trying to take me down? I ain't a no-good hero. Well, neither are the guys I take down. They're just a bunch of fakes. Red Hood dismissed. Ah, so you're a hero killer like Stain. The penguin guessed. Red Hood paused, blinking behind his cowl. Who? The hero killer Stain. He's been going around killing heroes. Wha? Who did he kill? Dig Dug Leo, Bomber Boy, Kai Guy. Those guys aren't fakes. The biggest crime they did was a diss battle with each other in public. What? Did he kill em for being on TV? From what I can tell, yeah. I'm gonna take you down now. Then I'll take down that hero killer. Red Hood groaned as he rolled his arm. All right then. The penguin grinned as he swiped the rim of his top hat before tossing up his umbrella and holding it at the ready. Let's see what you can do, brat. Red Hood's response was to take out a detonator and press the red button. The piles of powders exploded, sending a wave of powder over the two of them as a smokescreen. Line break. Aichi. Lady Nagant grunted as blood dripped down her arm. Numerous cuts covered her body, and a few sharp cards were sticking out of her shoulders and arm. Piero wasn't in peak condition either, as there were multiple bruises and bullet holes on him. Taking me on in hand-to-hand really surprised me. Piero chuckled, not caring about his wounds as though they weren't even there. Next time I'll take your head off. Lady Nagant grunted as she pulled out the cards in her shoulders and arms. Sure. But, well, I got a second job and I should probably wrap this up here. Pierrot shrugged as he took out some more cards. I'll wrap this up for you. Then I'll go after your boss. Lady Nagant growled as she held the bloodied cards pulled from her flesh. With a flick of her wrist, they were sent flying towards Pierrot. He grinned and quickly blocked the cards by throwing his own cards. Lady Nagant quirked a brow when she spotted the green pictures opposing the red ones on the ones she threw. What the dash? The cards suddenly exploded into green gas that covered the rooftop. Lady Nagant covered her face with her arm as the gas washed over her with a scowl. A smoke screen? She grunted. Oh dear, someone just broke wind. Pierrot joked before cackling. Seriously? Lady Nagant thought with a chuckle. She paused. Why am I laughing? She thought in a panic as she continued to laugh, with her laughter growing harder and louder. Ha 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 ha. Lady Nagant howled with never-ending laughter, stumbling and falling to her knees as she tried to cover her mouth, which was curling into a ghastly grin. I can't stop, she thought in a panic. Oh ho 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 ho. Yeah, that's right. What's life without some good laughs? Pierrot laughed with just as much energy as Lady Nagant had. Ha, ha, what was that gas? Lady Nagant screamed through her laughter. My favorite weapon. But that's not here or there. Just let it all out, along with your oxygen. Pierrot grinned as he turned away, taking out a large pistol with a laser pointer attached to the top. Stop. Lady Nagant roared as she hurled herself towards the goon, who fired right before being tackled. But while all this was going on, the fight between the Penguin and Red Hood was going on as well. The smoke screen unfortunately proved itself to be useless as Red Hood's first kick was easily blocked by the Penguin's umbrella. The mobster roared with laughter as he easily blocked the different kicks and punches that the Red Hood hurled before smacking his cowl with the end of his weapon, knocking him around slightly. The curve of the handle hooked onto Red Hood's foot and threw him, sending him spinning through the air. He grunted as he slammed against the ground while the Penguin laughed. Is that all, little guy? He taunted. Red Hood grunted as he rolled over and got to his feet. Dimen. If only I was fighting this guy when I'm not tired from fighting a bunch of grunts, he thought in anger. He slid slowly into his stance, studying the Penguin as the powder fully settled. Not to mention how easy it is for this guy to block me, even with a powder screen up. I bet it's his quirk. His eyes? No, they don't look different in any way. His nose? It's hideous, so that's a maybe. But if he inhaled through his nose, then how the heck did he not get high from the cane? Red Hood studied his opponent. Take this. Red Hood yelled as he pulled out his shurikens and hurled them. The razor-sharp circular blades hurtled towards the Penguin, but he easily blocked them with his umbrella. Red Hood suddenly appeared behind him, knife in hand. He quickly swung it, but the Penguin suddenly opened his umbrella behind him. The knife bounced off and the umbrella shoved Red Hood back. En garde! The Penguin laughed as he jabbed Red Hood's shoulder with the end of his umbrella. Red Hood roared as he fell back, red drops staining the powder on the ground. The Penguin grinned wickedly as he shook his umbrella, the hidden blade at the end covered with the young villain's blood. You fat blob of fat! Red Hood yelled as he tossed his knife into his other hand. Is that all you got? The two charged towards each other. Red Hood swung his knife with high speed and kicked ferociously, but the Penguin easily blocked all the hits just by moving his umbrella around to intercept the attacks. He swung the umbrella fast enough to make it whistle, constantly hitting the villain around until he fell down. The blade popped out and pierced the ground as Red Hood rolled away and tried to kick the Penguin's leg, but the mobster easily jumped over the leg and tried to stomp down on it, missing as Red Hood managed to pull it back. He swung his knife up, but the Penguin simply leaned out of the way and smacked the knife into the air. He swung the umbrella and knocked Red Hood through the air, letting him land on the floor with a grunt. He groaned as he rolled over and got to his feet, pink powder sticking to his jacket and the ground. Ugh, I'm leaving too much DNA behind, he grumbled in his head. He looked at the Penguin who grinned back at him. Suddenly, Red Hood's knife fell down from being knocked up before. Red Hood's eyes widened, and widened further when the Penguin knocked the knife away without even looking up. Your quirk? It's reflexes, he exclaimed. The Penguin paused. How'd you get that answer? You obviously never trained, considering how many openings you leave, which is the clear sign of someone who wasn't taught. Yet you were able to keep up with me by predicting my movements without even thinking. Not to mention how easy it is for you to block things that you don't even see. Red Hood listed out. Shame I'm gonna kill ya, otherwise I would have hired ya. Well, your reasoning is flimsy, but you got it. The penguin grinned as he tugged on the rim of his hat. The penguin. Quirk, reflex. His senses are enhanced, letting him absorb a lot of information quickly. His body is able to instantly react to this information, letting him move and react in the right way. This lets him keep up and block things he really shouldn't be able to normally. So you answered one question. Here's the next one. How is you gonna counter it? The penguin said challengingly. 2 ways. I disorient his senses, since reflexes are a response to what information those senses get. But I don't have any flashbangs, so I have to go with option B. Attack when he's mid-motion and can't respond fast enough. The problem is, Red Hood swayed slightly as he took his stance. You lost too much blood, and you just finished fighting all my goons. And by the way, the penguin gestured around him. The grunts were slowly getting up, having recovered from the beatdown they had received earlier. Some instantly saw the teen, and looked like they wanted revenge. Ah, crap baskets. Red Hood groaned. Amateur. The penguin said from behind. Red Hood whirled around, and there was a bang. The teen found himself on the ground, head pounding and blood beginning to stroll down the side of his face inside his cowl. The cowl's eye slots were cracked, one of them shattered to where Izuku's green eye was able to see through. The teen felt nauseous, and he struggled to get to his feet without falling down. My. Your helmet was able to block that, the penguin said as he held his umbrella, the end still smoking. Not bad. That was a shell to the face. Though, it looks like your cowl isn't gonna block another one. Red Hood's cowl was heavily damaged, and there were several cracks running over the top of it. It was fractured, and there were even bits of Izuku's hair sticking out. Ooh. Red Hood's voice was statusy, as the voice modulator inside the cowl was broken. Some of the goons were surprised at the young-sounding voice. Is that just a kid? One of them asked. Wow. Didn't expect that, the penguin said in surprise as he looked Red Hood over. He shrugged and the blade of his umbrella popped out again. Well then, I was gonna kill ya, but since you's a boy, I'ma let ya live. After giving you one last poke. Stop. Lady Nagant's voice echoed, catching everyone's attention. They looked at the window that was in the same direction of the voice, just in time to see the bullet pierce the glass and dart over the penguin. The mobster looked in shock as the bullet struck Red Hood right at the base of his neck. Red Hood's eyes widened inside his cowl, before the young villain fell to the ground. Line break. My. Now this is a surprise. Piero chuckled. Lady Nagant glared at him while skiing entire lungfuls of air, drool running down her chin. You must have done some poison resistance training. Piero repeated, mockingly. I didn't know an ice queen like you could care about someone. Piero, was that you? Sorry for stealing your kill, boss. That was a child. Oh, yikes. Whatever. Let's pack it up and go home. You got it, boss. Piero saluted no one. He grinned at Lady Nagant, who was still on her knees from the gas. We should do this again sometime, he said. He laughed at Lady Nagant's glare and looked at the corpse of the Red Hood. And stopped. A boss? What is it? The penguin snapped. You might want to double tap. Line break. Waff. The penguin and the goons around him turned around and their eyes widened in shock. Red Hood was convulsing on the ground, thrashing around before he was suddenly hurled into the air by an invisible force. What did you shoot him with? The penguin yelled. I dunno. Piero said nonchalantly. Unknowingly to the mob boss, Piero was grinning at the sight as Red Hood landed on his feet. Well, there's a plot twist for ya, he thought. Red Hood breathed heavily as he stood tall, little sign of the injuries he had before. The penguin watched in shock as the teen's body continued to convulse, loud cracking sounds filling the air, as well as the sound of ripping clothes as Red Hood began to grow. Greya, grew, A Red Hood growled as he finally stopped thrashing about, now almost twice as big as before. This doesn't seem good, the penguin sweated. Roar! Red Hood charged forwards. The grunts before tried to rush the enlarged villain, only to get grabbed and thrown through the air, screaming as they slammed against the wall of the factory, leaving cracks as they fell to the ground. What? The penguin freaked out and opened fire with his remaining grunts, but Red Hood leapt high into the air over the bullets. The gang members scrambled out of the way as Red Hood slammed into the ground, cracking it heavily. One grunt was too close and was picked up and thrown into another, taking them both out. The last three could only scream in terror as the Red Hood charged and threw them as well with a swing of his arms. You're dead! Red Hood roared at the penguin. He charged again, and this time the penguin found himself being overwhelmed as the villain was much faster and stronger than before. The mobster blocked one punch, but gasped as his umbrella bent and he was seized and lifted high into the air. Red Hood slammed the mobster down over and over again before throwing him against the wall, cracking it. The penguin coughed up blood as he landed on the ground, struggling to get to his feet. Red Hood's footsteps thundered as he charged towards the mobster again. Stay away, the penguin screamed as he scrambled. Kid! Lady Nagant dashed into the factory and landed in front of the penguin before taking a wide stance with her arms extended to the sides. Red Hood skidded to a stop just a few feet away from her. He was originally shorter than her as a second year in middle school, but now he towered a full 10 centimeters above her. Just what did that jerkbag shoot him with? She thought. It's a bit much, kid. You already won, so stop, she said firmly. Red Hood stared at his mentor before backing off. Sorry, I just went a little crazy there, he rumbled. He looked at himself, clenching and unclenching his hands. Who shot me? And what the heck did they shoot me with? I dunno. But he's gone. Lady Nagant sighed as she glared out the shot window. What do we do with that guy now? Red Hood gestured to the penguin, who had clocked out. I'll take him in for the bounty. Clean up and rendezvous at the hideout. I'll check you over to see if I can figure out what happened to you. Lady Nagant instructed as she picked up the penguin and flung him over her shoulder with ease. She walked away before stopping and turning to look at her partner. What? You need more training, she said before leaving. Red Hood watched as she stole the penguin's car and drove off. He looked around and quickly got to work to clean up the bright red and pink spots of powder, tossing them into a bathroom he found at the end of the factory. Alright, all done. Now I gotta get out of here. Red Hood grunted. He paused and looked himself over, poking his arms and chest. He picked up a piece of machinery and tossed it over to the wall with ease. Is this what having a quirk feels like? He wondered. He looked around before dashing towards and jumping almost 24 feet to grab the windowsill close to him. He hurled himself out and landed with an impact that cracked the concrete below him. Yeah. Red Hood hooped as he dashed around and jumped onto the side of the building. He hurled himself up, carving out chunks of brick with just his bare hands before landing on the roof. Setsuna stared at him, dressed in her black outfit. The two paused, standing there in silence. Hey! You good? Yeah, I'm good. Just, snorted some coke? Snorted some coke? Snorted some coke. Right? The two teens were silent. So what are you doing here? I heard you had beef with the JRK extorting me. Setsuna said with a hand on her hip. You were being extorted? That explains the other night. Yeah, that night. You want his bounty? What? Well, it's just you were dealing with a lot considering who we're talking about. Yeah, no. I appreciate you taking down the fatso, but I don't trust you. You're a villain, and I barely know you. Well, at least you're smart enough to recognize that. Red Hood nodded. He looked her over. So, you got a name? A name? Setsuna blinked. Yeah. Or what, you wanna just call me Catwoman? Red Hood gestured to her mask. Yeah. Just call me Catwoman. Setsuna trailed off. They stood in silence before Red Hood turned and walked away. See ya then, Catwoman, he said. Yeah, sure, Setsuna said awkwardly. Red Hood dashed away and jumped across the rooftops, eventually disappearing. Catwoman. I seriously just called myself Catwoman. Setsuna groaned. She looked after the Red Hood, thinking. Well, he doesn't seem like a bad guy, she thought. Line break. Seriously? That's great, Setsuna, was what greeted Izuku as he walked in. Itsuka and Setsuna were sitting together at their desks. Setsuna was grinning wide. What the heck are you two screeching about? Izuku grumbled as he walked up to them, rubbing his shoulder. Whatever was in that strange bullet, it gave him an enhanced body and helped heal him, but wore off in just 10 minutes, much to his disappointment. Well, I just got the news that someone bothering me for a long time isn't gonna bother me anymore. That's a bit sus. Yeah, it is. Setsuna shrugged. Izuku studied her for a bit. Well, since you're in such a good mood, I don't suppose I can hire you for something? He suddenly said. Setsuna looked at him in surprise, as did Itsuka. What? Well, I've been busy with some stuff recently, and I missed my homework. So, could you do it for me? I'll pay ya. Izuku said dismissively. Setsuna blinked. What have you been doing? Some noon-year stuff. Noon-year business. Isn't it Nanya? Whatever. We have a deal. Izuku asked irritably. All right then, how much? How about 500? Double or nothing. You want 1,000. 500 to do it, 500 to not do anything to it. Fine. Great. Setsuna grinned as she held out a hand. Izuku looked at it before grabbing and shaking it. Pleasure doing business. Wow, your hand is rough. Weightlifting. Izuku said simply as he went to his seat. Setsuna grinned after her fellow greenhead. That's kinda lazy. Itsuka remarked. I need cash. Setsuna dismissed. Line break. You hired her? Yep. Izuku grunted as he reclined on his couch, watching the evening news. Setsuna had already picked up his homework and gone home, saying that she needed to celebrate with her family. Kana grunted as well as she sat down, slamming a bowl of salad on the table in front of him. She glanced over and frowned at the sight of the ice cream sticking between his lips. Ice cream before dinner? I just took down a mob boss. I think I deserve to have ice cream before dinner. Izuku said dismissively. Kana looked over at him before falling back against the back of the couch. So you did? How does it feel? Helping someone instead of ruining them? She asked. Feels good to do good, he shrugged. Kana smirked before ruffling Izuku's fluffy hair, much to his annoyance. I guess you being a vigilante can help out with training, so we can do a few vigilante stuff here and there, she said nonchalantly. Hopefully we don't have to deal with someone like the Penguin again. Izuku shrugged. In other news, the Penguin, while captured by the infamous Red Hood the other night, has recently escaped. The news lady on the screen said. The two stared at the TV in silence. It appears that the people responsible for helping the Penguins escape possess an incredible level of physical strength, likely in the form of a powerful quirk. They were able to essentially rip through the metal armor of the containment truck transporting the Penguin. What's interesting is that the truck was outfitted with special anti-quirk technology, implying that the one responsible was a mutant type. Moo or the Fuyuker? Izuku's roar interrupted the newscast. Kana sat with her hands over her ears as she was nearly tilted over by the sheer force of his scream. The first uncensored cuss, she thought. Line break. You seem troubled. Is there something you wish to say to me, old friend? A large hulking man said as he fiddled with something on the table in front of him. He held it up, revealing it to be a bright green liquid in a vial. You're the one who gave my good-for-nothing goon that bullet, the Penguin growled. The mobster was back in his tuxedo, but his top hat and umbrella were gone. Apologies, old friend, I just had something else in mind for the boy, other than an execution, the giant man said as he corked the vial and placed it down. Mind explaining just what you're planning? The Penguin grunted as he got up. I swear, Bane, you're worse than me. The now-named Bane stood straight and turned around. He was wearing a skull-designed mask with red lenses. There was a thick hose going from the back of his head and going to a device on his back, which had multiple large containers attached. More hoses were attached to devices on his arms, which had a pair of controllers outfitted for his wrists. He was dressed in a black tank top and a pair of large blue jeans with a heavy pair of boots. His outfit didn't seem big enough for him though, as his muscles were so large, they were nearly bursting out of his clothes. Sorry, old friend. It's just that our resident vigilante is more useful to my personal plan right now than he is dead. Your plan? Indeed. I have one for the future. One which would overthrow the society we live in right now. Oh. But I am but one man. I would like to ask for your help. I need to call on your connections. Are you willing? Bane asked respectfully. I will do what I can to help you rebuild your lost empire, of course. Tieske. If you weren't an old friend of mine, then I wouldn't even consider it. But fine. I have a few people in mind. The Penguin scoffed. I thank you. Should we cross paths with Red Hood, I shall personally deal with the boy. Bane promised. Sounds like a plan. Now, where's my phone? Line break. Muffled screams filled a dark room, where the only light was a green light. The scrawny and lanky form of Tori was next to the light, pumping something vigorously. His computer pinged, catching his attention. He stood up and walked over to it after pressing a button. The former gangster looked through the email as green gas began to fill another room separated by a glass wall. The room being filled had a single man, blindfolded, gagged, and strapped to a table. The gas covered him, and soon the man began screaming bloody murder as he thrashed violently. Line break. Yells and gunshots filled the night as someone was gunned down by a barrage of bullets, blood being sprayed all over. Ty grunted as he held up his hand, a special gun ping and ejecting an empty clip. His phone dinged, catching his attention. He pulled out the device to look it over. That sounds interesting, he said after reading the email before pointing his other hand and shooting another man rushing towards him. The man screamed as he was filled with lead, sending blood spraying everywhere as he collapsed. Line break. So the former boss is still around? And he has a new game for me? Heh, this should be fun. Fun. Ha, ha, ha. Piero roared with laughter as he fell back on his couch, his phone falling out of his hand. A car drove by his apartment, briefly filling the apartment with light, revealing the hoodless Piero and his head of dark green hair, pale white skin, and ghastly smile. If a villain were to come to the Night Eye agency looking for trouble on a day like today, they would find it, but because they were in it. Not only was Sir Night Eye, the owner of the agency, a highly skilled and highly analytic pro, but he was currently hosting several other heroes, all waiting for him in the conference room, where he was heading with a serious look on his face and hands behind his back. Night Eye. The hero looked over his shoulder to see a plain-looking man in a trench coat hurrying up to him before matching his stride. Tsukachi, you're just in time. Well, this is something to take rather seriously. Can't exactly wait around, the detective remarked. Night Eye nodded, and the two walked until they came across a young man waiting for them. He lit up at the sight of the two, or rather at the sight of Night Eye. Sir, hi. Sorry, I know you said not to come today, but I totally forgot and figured I might as well say hello while I'm here. Hello, Mirio, Night Eye greeted. Mirio Togata was a young man with his bangs gelled upwards in a triangle. He was dressed in a gray school uniform, but Tsukachi could see that the young man was well built. He was rather bulky and had a large grin. Tsukachi raised a brow before shaking Mirio's hand as he introduced himself. By the way, sir, how come you told me to stay at school? I did not say to stay at school, I said you didn't have to come today. But while you are here, I suppose you can stay for the conference meeting we'll be having. Awesome. Mirio grinned. He joined the two and marched in front of them, humming a tune as they headed towards the conference room. Tsukachi caught Night Eye's attention and made a couple of hand signs. A new sidekick? A student doing his work studies. I saw he had promise with his quirk, and decided to take him on as a student. What quirk does he have? A permeation quirk. He can become intangible and pass through matter at will. Wow, that's a good quirk. He worked hard to master it. I truly believe he will make for an excellent hero. Just a hero? Night Eye eyed Tsukachi as they arrived at the conference room. Mirio walked in, cheerfully greeting everyone inside before taking a seat. Night Eye and Tsukachi stopped just outside the door and began talking in low voices. You're training him to succeed Toshinori, aren't you? Yes, I am. He's strong, heroic, and can smile even in danger. He's the perfect successor. Is that the only reason why you're teaching him? Of course not. I wouldn't make him my student for just that. I took him in because I saw the incredible potential he had in him. Getting to know him, I realized that he had even more potential than what I initially saw. That's when I started molding him to succeed All Might. Tsukachi studied Night Eye before nodding. All right then. Just remember, it's Toshinori's choice to accept him. With that, the two entered the conference room, where multiple different heroes were waiting. I have a few guesses as to why Night Eye called us. Hopefully it's one of the simpler ones so I can keep looking for senpai, thought a bored-looking man with red wings, slicked back blonde hair, and yellow goggles. This was Hawks, the number 3 hero, known for his casual attitude and incredible speed. What did the dog say to the other dog at lunch? I call dibble on my kibble. No, that's not good, thought a woman. She had bluish-green hair under an orange bandana, wearing a sleeveless shirt and puffed-up green and orange pants. This was Ms. Joke, an underground hero who's a lot friendlier than the usual underground hero, especially compared to the man beside her. I need coffee, he thought with tired eyes and a gray scarf around his neck. Eraserhead was the room's specialist in underground work, and one of the more unknown heroes, much to his relief. Thank you all for coming, Night Eye said as he walked to the front of the room, where a woman with blue skin and hair was waiting in her hero uniform, which showed a lot of her stomach. Bubble Girl, if you will? Yes, sir. The woman, identified as Bubble Girl, nodded and turned on the screen next to her. Various heroes appeared on the screen, a grand total of 17 heroes. For the past 7 months, 17 heroes have encountered a certain vigilante, known as the Red Hood. 16 of them were attacked and knocked out during their meeting, while the first, Slide and Go, was killed afterwards, likely during a second encounter. What's more, Eraserhead reported that he saw the vigilante with the former hero, now villain, Lady Nagant. Both Red Hood and Lady Nagant appeared on the screen, catching Hawk's attention. Senpai. I spotted these two in the black market, where they met up with the info broker, Jiren. It's likely that they did so in order to purchase a base or information, Eraserhead said. What's more, we suspect that the Red Hood is responsible for the fall of the Penguin and his gang. Oh yeah. Say, how did you guys figure that out anyways? He probably didn't show up and confessed it, asked one of the other heroes. There were multiple thugs and goons that were turned in and were reported to be members of the gang. And they all fought the Red Hood before being defeated and turned in. What's more, Red Hood's activities dropped down to nothing around the same time the Penguin was defeated, Night Eye said. Well, it sounds like this Red Hood guy is gonna shape up to be a decent threat. Mirio said, but immediately quieted down when the heroes turned to him. Sorry. No, it's fine, Mirio. Given that you're here on work studies, you should be allowed to participate since the Night Eye Agency will be working on this case, Night Eye said. Red Hood isn't just fighting heroes. He's also taken to fighting minor villains around the city of Kyushu, and even in other cities. We believe this is his method of training. Steel Ox, the first to properly describe his fight against him, completely overwhelmed him physically. Yet, Delspace, a hero with a similar quirk to Steel Ox with similar levels of skill, could barely even touch him, Bubble Girl said. So this giant threat is also shaping up to be a physical threat, huh? And we don't even know his quirk, Ms. Joke frowned. I have another question. If we don't know his quirk and he's only just now becoming a physical threat, how was he a major threat starting out? Mirio asked with his hand raised. Night Eye intertwined his fingers and peered over them. Because the threat doesn't come from what he can do, it comes from what he does. Line break. Juge. Vigilante. The wattage hero, Waters, snarled as he dodged his partner being flung against the wall by an explosion. Red Hood scoffed as he dashed forwards while firing his pistols rapidly at the hero, who dodged the shots by taking to the sky while his body was covered in an electric aura. "Well, shoot," Red Hood said before throwing himself to the side. A bolt of lightning struck the ground where he was standing, and more tried to strike Red Hood as he jumped and flipped away from the bolts before taking out his pistols and firing at Waters. The hero darted around the air as a bolt of electricity, filling the warehouse with a bright light. Red Hood's eyes darted around, trying to follow the bolt as Waters threw scathing taunts towards him before he took out a detonator and pressed the button. Waters flew right into an explosion and was sent flying before slamming into the wall and falling down with a grunt. He got to his feet shakingly before a gloved fist crashed into his face and slammed his head against the wall, cracking it. Red Hood sighed as he pulled his fist away, letting Waters collapse onto the ground with a bloody nose and mouth. "Mission complete," Red Hood said over his radio. "Good work," Lady Nagant's voice said back. "It took you 10 minutes. Not bad, we're finally going somewhere. I thought we were going somewhere a while ago. I decide that. Now tie them up and let's get going. Since you had to knock them out, we're going to have to release the information online." As time went on, Red Hood and Lady Nagant continued to work together to show that many heroes were as villainous as they claim others are, and bring them down. Human trafficking systems were knocked out, drag dealings were stopped, and murders were avenged. Red Hood was actually feeling pretty good about himself. "Soon, I'll take down that guy," he thought as he tied up Waters in a rubber straitjacket and his partner in a regular one. He took out his phone and dialed a number before putting it against his cowl. "This is... Oh, it's Red Hood. I got another pair of villains here for ya. Do something about it." Red Hood hung up and dropped the phone on the ground before leaving. He stuck around on a nearby building long enough for the police to appear, having tracked the phone he dropped. They charged in, only to come out with the unconscious pair of heroes in tow. They were disgruntled to see reporters, having also been called by Lady Nagant, already at the scene and taking pictures of not only them, but the giant red cowl spray-painted on the side of the warehouse. Red Hood grunted in satisfaction before jumping away from the scene across rooftops. He eventually stopped at one and jumped down using the fire escape on the side to land behind a dumpster and emerge in a dark green hoodie and sweatpants instead of his leather jacket and jeans, which he shoved into a backpack on top of his cowl. Kana was waiting for him, wearing a dark purple motorcycle helmet that covered her entire face, one that she's been wearing since their encounter with the penguin. "Let's go," she said as she tossed a regular helmet and a pair of goggles to Izuku. He slipped it on and hopped onto the sidecar of the nearby motorcycle as Kana got onto and drove them off. "So when do I get my own bike?" Izuku asked as they cruised down the street. "When you graduate from middle school." "Another school year?" "Another school year. That Esikas. Quit complaining. You're pushing it by learning already." "Seriously? You're worried about underage driving?" "We don't break laws. We break some laws. Not the good ones." Izuku grumbled quietly as he crossed his arms and slouched. Kana glanced over to him and thought about his progress. Fighting both heroes and villains is doing wonders for his training. He can probably take on a couple of heroes in the top 400. Pretty soon, I might be able to leave him by himself, she thought. "Hey, did Jiren ever get back to us about that weird card guy?" Izuku asked. Kana shook her head to both clear it and answer his question. "Whoever that guy is, all we know is that he was in charge of weapons dealing in the Penguins gang. Nothing on his cards, quirk, the gas, or the bullet. Granted, the bullet will probably have to be explained by something else since he didn't seem to know what it was going to do. If we can get our hands on whatever was inside it Izuku's musing was cut off as he felt his real phone rumble. He pulled it out and put it against his ear. "Who the hell is this?" "Oh hey Auntie, what's up?" I'm good. "Yeah, Kane is giving me a ride home." "Yeah, he's great." Izuku paused as Mitsuki said something else. "I have a what?" "Line break. So this is where Midoriya lives?" Itsuka said as she looked up at the apartment complex. "Yep. It's a decent place. 2 rooms, a kitchen, a bath, a living room, all the essentials," Setsuna said. The 2 girls were visiting Midoriya to check up on him, as he didn't come to school that day. The sun was starting to set, bathing the area in a nice, warm, orange glow. Setsuna led her friend up the stairs and in front of the door of Izuku's apartment. She jingled the keys he gave her before unlocking the door, letting the two girls inside. Oh. Hey broccoli. Hair. Setsuna and Itsuka stared in silence. Izuku stared back, his eyes suddenly red, and his hair longer, black, and covering an eye. His skin was pale, and he was dressed in all black with a game in his hands. Guas. Midoriya became Midoriya. Setsuna yelped. Like hell I did. Izuku snapped in the kitchen next to them as he slammed a pot down on the counter with a loud bang, causing the girls to yelp in surprise. Line break. Cousin. Setsuna repeated. Yep. This is my distant cousin, Mikumo Akitani. He's from the other side of Japan. He met the Bakugos, who are my legal guardians, and they led him to me, Izuku said as he served 4 plates of chili dogs before taking one for himself. Mikumo took one of the plates as well. Itadakimasu, he muttered before taking a bite. So, what brings you to Kyushu? Setsuna asked as she took a bite as well before making a face at the taste of the veggie sausage and purely bean chili. My parents died a few months ago, Mikumo said listlessly. Itsuka and Setsuna fell into shocked silence. Oh, I'm sorry for your loss, Itsuka said apologetically. Michim. One of us has to be, Mikumo muttered. This time, the girls were shocked for a different reason, causing Izuku to explain. Apparently I had shitty aunts and uncles. They were never around, always leaving Mikumo alone at home. He barely even knows their faces. I know I should be sad and upset and I do feel bad. But it's not the kind of pain you'd feel about someone close to you. It's more like the bad you'd feel if you heard a random guy died. You'd feel bad, but you wouldn't be completely torn up about it, Mikumo said. Since they didn't have anyone else they could send him to, the officials decided to send him over to me, since I have legal guardians and I'm his closest living relative. Mikumo came over to the Bakugos, and they sent him to me since I'm his cousin, and Auntie Mitsuki felt that I should be the one around him, Izuku finished. HM. I'm still concerned how little you feel, but I guess we all look at it in different ways, Itsuka said. So, how are you doing with all this broccoli hair? Setsuna turned her attention to Izuku, who snorted. It's annoying. I gotta redo my entire budget just for scrawny here. It was built specifically so that I'd have enough money to get through college when I reach there. If I reach there. Not to mention I have to work around him being here to keep working as Red Hood. Maybe get a night job. Don't you think that that's a bit rude to your cousin? Itsuka frowned. Izuku shrugged. I don't think he cares. All he did before he came over is sit inside and play games. Getting him out of his room is an achievement, Izuku grunted. Mikumo didn't pay attention, instead focusing on his video game, his half-eaten chili dog laying forgotten with the rest. So, Mikumo? Are you gonna go to school with us? Itsuka asked. Maybe. You got a school you wanna go to for high school? Setsuna tried. Maybe. Answer them properly. Izuku snapped as he kicked Mikumo and his chair over. To the girls' surprise, Mikumo stopped midair with a light green glow before straightening himself. The same glow appeared on the chair and stood it straight before he sat down again. Was that Dash? His quirk, Izuku nodded. Mikumo Akitani. Quirk, grab. He can telekinetically grab anything and move it around. It's pretty useful when you're in bed and don't want to get up. That's a pretty neat quirk. Yeah, but he has a weight limit and can only grab one thing at a time. And he only ever uses it to be lazy. Izuku kicked Mikumo out of his chair again, only for the boy to catch and straighten himself again. Izuku grumbled but didn't do it again. If you're not gonna eat, then clean up, he grunted. Okay, Mikumo said before focusing. Setsuna and Itsuka watched as the plate of food rose into the air and floated over to dump the food into the sink. The sink? Izuku kicked Mikumo out of his chair again. I told you several times to dump solid foods in the trash and liquids in the sink. And you've only been here for a day. Midoriya? The nickname being passed for his actual name caught Izuku's attention as he and Itsuka turned to Setsuna. What do you mean you're his closest living relative? Don't you have, other family members? No, we don't. What about your... Setsuna trailed off with surprising timidness, sensing the sensitive topic. Izuku's lips pressed together before answering her as he stood and walked to the sink. 7 years ago, someone made a mistake and my mom died for it. And my dad died overseas in a car accident when I was 6. Setsuna and Itsuka didn't say anything. Unlike Mikumo, who barely knew his parents, it was clear that Izuku was much more bothered. Sorry. It's fine. I'm over it. Izuku dismissed as he tossed the chili dogs into the trash before opening the faucet. Setsuna and Itsuka glanced at each other with a grimace as Mikumo glanced at his cousin's back. Since his back was turned, none of them saw Izuku's eyes, filled with bloodlust. That's right. That man made a mistake. Soon he's going to pay for that mistake. Line break. Izuku Midoriya was known for many things at Fukuoka Junior High. He was the quirkless kid, though many questioned that as during a fight he had with some bullies, he threw one of them straight out the window and punched through a desk that another was using as a shield. He was the kid who got low grades on homework and classwork, yet excelled at tests. He was the only student who can yell at teachers and get away with it, as he scared them. He was also apparently raised by the Bakugos. No one knows what that means. More recently, however, he was the kid who was seen dragging along an emo gamer version of himself to school by the leg that morning. Many thought that they were dead, until Midoriya yelled at them for falling asleep, before lifting them up and slinging them over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. Hey there, Bracco. Yamikumo. Setsuna greeted the cousins as she and Itsuka caught up to the two. The other three paused and looked at her. Bracco? Yamikumo. Itsuka repeated. Well, Bracco is Midoriya's nickname. No. Yes. And Yamikumo is Ikitani's. Why Yami? Because you look like an evil version of Bracco. True. Don't call me Bracco. If you have to call me a nickname, just call me Deku, Izuku grumbled. Deku? Doesn't that mean useless? Itsuka raised an eyebrow. Or is it short for Dikairu? Setsuna jumped in. It's my name read in a different way. All right then. Deku it is. Setsuna said cheerfully. Izuku grunted, and the four moved on. All right, Yamikumo, here's the heads up on this school life. First, don't talk about me Deku's quirklessness. A lot of people bring it up and he gets pretty angry about it. H&H. See? Second, never use the third-floor bathroom. There's a nasty old teacher there literally waiting to scold you for skipping class. Your cousin's the only one who can use it. I gave the old coot a black eye. You're too violent. You're not violent enough. I don't need to be. Third, never get between those two when they start. Chances are, you're gonna end up like Itsuki. What happened to Itsuki? Put his Gary stew butt in the hospital. Don't sound so proud of that. Though he is kinda annoying. Fourth, don't crowd me Deku. He gets punchy in small spaces. Very punchy. Just, do. Got it? I wrote it all down in my DS-12. Didn't I throw that away? Just, I got a spare. How many do you have? 12. Midoriya, you can't just throw your cousin in the trash can. I just did. Line break. So, we're just gonna let this happen? Remember rule 3 of this school? Don't get between those two when they start? Bingo! Mikumo and Setsuna were sitting together leaning against a wall in the shade. In front of them were their two martial artist friends going back and forth, punching and kicking each other as they sparred. They were doing it during gym free time, but the usual thing of teachers not liking a quirkless doing stuff happened, causing Izuku to throw his usual temper tantrum. Though this time, they decided to just go where no one would interrupt them. Mikumo watched as the two fought under the sun on the roof, wincing slightly as he watched their fists and feet slam against each other, neither managing to land a single hit. One more punch caused the two to separate, with Itsuka fixing her ponytail while Izuku brushed his hair out of his eyes. The two eyed each other before clashing again, matching punch for punch and kick for kick until Izuku dodged a kick and punished Itsuka with a foot to the back of her knee. Itsuka grunted as she buckled and Izuku landed an axe kick that slammed her into the ground. His cousin did a leg sweep that somehow launched Itsuka to her feet and opened to a few quick jabs before another kick. Itsuka quickly recovered and caught the kick to throw Izuku behind her. The green-haired kid flipped midair and landed. Itsuka charged with a yell, and the two got ready for another exchange of blows. "Time's up," Setsuna sang. Izuku and Itsuka froze. Izuku with his foot near Itsuka's cheek and Itsuka with her fist near his gut. The two grunted in disappointment before sitting down. Setsuna took out a bundle of papers and handed them over. "Here you go. Homework for afternoon classes." "Thanks." Izuku handed over a couple of bills. Setsuna took them with a toothy grin as Itsuka laid out their bento boxes. "Thanks for the food," the two greenheads and the one orange-haired girl chorused. Mikumo mumbled the same thing as he dug in. Izuku looked over to him with a frown. "Say me Deku. Is it really that hard to say my nickname, Kelp?" Sorry. Anyways, how has Yamakumo been settling in?" "So you can say his nickname with no issue? Also, he's the same as he was when he first came. Completely lazy. Didn't even unpack his boxes yet," Izuku grumbled. "All he does is watch anime all day long and play games all night long." Itsuka frowned. "That's not exactly a healthy lifestyle. He needs exercise in order to live a proper, healthy life. I mean, I've been doing martial arts all my life, and I've never been happier with that," she thought. "It's annoying as hell. I'm constantly having to act all stealthy just to get inside. And when I do try to sleep, I'm listening to him yell to other gamers for hours. Seeing him act so lazy makes my years of suffering even more annoying," Izuku grumbled. "Man, that's the dream life," Setsuna thought. "You know what, Midoriya? My dad has a dojo and he's a pretty good teacher. Why don't you bring Akatani over for a few lessons? It could be good exercise for him," Itsuka suggested. "Maybe that will finally get him off his butt." "I don't wanna." "You don't get a choice. Not after you used my debit card to buy a gaming computer. You know how long it took me to save up that much money?" Izuku demanded as he smacked his cousin repeatedly over the head with a fist, earning an ow with each hit. "Why are you so obsessed with exercising anyways?" Mikumo asked. "As a quirkless, I was born weaker than 80% of the world and 90% of Japan. I gotta make up for my genetics losing the lottery," Izuku grumbled as he picked up his bento. "That's an exaggeration, right? There's a lot of people with weak quirks after all. You haven't paid attention to biology? People with quirks are biologically superior to people without quirks. I'm lucky enough to be born as a Type 3 quirkless so dash. Type 3. There's multiple different kinds of quirkless people." "There are." "Seriously, Ponytail? You too." "Ponytail? There's only 3 different kinds of quirkless people, right?" Setsuna spoke up. Izuku nodded as the other two turned to her. "Yep. Type 1s are the oldest type of quirkless people. They're regular humans who were born from 2 quirkless people. Type 2s are the most common nowadays. They're born from 1 quirkless person and a metahuman." "I never heard of these," Mikumo frowned. "I think some schools stopped teaching about quirkless people, since they're starting to become rarer and rarer," Setsuna said. "That explains it," Izuku sighed as he rubbed his eyes. "So, what are Type 3s? Itsuka asked. "Those are the rarest. It's when you're born quirkless despite having 2 metahumans as parents." "So, why do quirkless people need labels?" Mikumo asked. "Because when a person is born as a metahuman, they're also born with innate superhuman potential. It's the reason why people like Endeavor can use fire without burning themselves. Before, humans all had a limit to how strong they can get. Natural limiters. But metahumans are born with a higher limit than regular humans. That's why some metahumans can survive things that regular humans from before the age of quirks couldn't. And metahumans using their quirks lets them reach that potential," Izuku explained. "Since you're a Type 3, that means you have the same superhuman potential as people with quirks, right?" Setsuna said. "That's right. But I don't have a quirk to push me to realize that potential." So, I gotta make up for it by manually pushing myself to my limits if I want to survive in this world, Izuku said. Mikumo frowned. Wouldn't it just be safer if you were to just stay out of the way? You don't want to be a hero, right? Just because I'm not trying to be a hero, doesn't mean that I'm just gonna stand to the side and let someone die. If I can help them, I'm gonna. Besides, being quirkless comes with its own set of problems. Even if I stay out of the way, people are going to try to mess with me. Back when I was in Aldra, I was only there for a year and yet I had to deal with bullies every single day. The only good thing about that place is that I got lots of training done fighting both teachers and students. I'd rather be prepared for more stuff like that instead of unprepared, Izuku said. Mikumo's frown didn't leave, but he ate in silence. Setsuna and Itsuka chatted with their green classmates some more until the school bell rang. The group stood up and went down to class, not noticing someone had been listening to them. Midoriya, Chikuchi frowned. Line break. I gotta say, I didn't know about the quirkless subtypes. I checked it out with the teachers, and it looks like it's not really a subject that they're teaching since quirkless people are becoming more and more rare these days, Itsuka said. But how did you know about them, Sets? I did a lot of research. I gotta study hard so that I can do whatever the heck I want. Like get into UE via recommendations. Out of all of us, you're the most likely to get that. I've kept up with Midoriya, but I don't think I can beat you, Sets. Ah, come on, you're exaggerating, Setsuna laughed as she waved her hand. Itsuka frowned but didn't answer. They were distracted by the sight of Izuku finally showing up, dragging his cousin along as he played his game. Does he ever put that down? Itsuka's sweat dropped. No, Izuku growled as he threw his cousin at the girl's feet, earning an ow. Luckily, they were both in jeans. Izuku walked past them and looked up at the building behind the girls. So, this is your dad's dojo? He asked. Yep. Welcome to Steel Fist Agency, Itsuka smirked in pride as she walked past her quirkless rival. It looked like a standard, classic wooden dojo, with kanji-covered banners and posters decorating the sides of the door. Izuku dragged Mikumo inside as Setsuna followed them. Kneeling in the middle of the dojo was a man with a scruffy beard and orange hair like his daughter, dressed in a black and orange GI. The man stood up and greeted the teens with a nod. Hello. I am Aikiru Kendo. You may know me as the pro hero Steel Fist, the man said. Thank you for having us. Izuku, Mikumo, and Setsuna greeted as Izuku held his cousin up by the leg. Aikiru looked down at him and grunted as he rubbed his beard. So this is Mikumo Akatani? Yep. I was hoping you can get him to pursue a healthier lifestyle, Izuku said as he handed Mikumo over to Itsuka, who dropped him in front of her dad. I see. Very well, let's begin. I want to go home. Mikumo puffed up his cheeks childishly. You get to go home when I allow it. Now stand. Aikiru barked. Mikumo blinked as he was launched to his feet. What? Steel Fist has the quirk, Steel Will. It makes others with weaker wills than him do what he says, Izuku called. Steel Fist. Let's see. His crimes are... Well now. A hero who I don't have anything on. Probably gonna have to do a background check on him just in case, he thought. Your mom gave you your quirk? He asked out loud. Yep. She's out of the country right now. Didn't ask. Yes, you did. I asked if you had your mom's quirk. I didn't ask where she was. You dash. Impressive. The argument was cut off as the three teens turned back to Mikumo and Aikiru. Izuku made a sound of surprise, as did Itsuka and Setsuna as they witnessed Mikumo do a perfect split with complete ease, as though he was simply sitting down normally. Izuku watched as his unwilling cousin was made to do a variety of different exercises, stances, and katas. Aikiru seemed annoyed by his complaining, but that just made him all the more determined. You're naturally very flexible. Combine that with your lean figure, and you could make for a very acrobatic martial artist, Aikiru said after they were finally done an hour later. That sounds like work. Come on, Mikumo, you can't just spend all your time in your room playing games. Izuku called. Why not? My parents let me do that. Well, I'm not your parents. Martial arts are a waste of time. Boy, you did not just say that. Itsuka, Izuku, and Aikiru shouted. That's it, Itsuka, bring this kid in on every single weekday. I'll make him a martial artist if it kills him. You got it, Dad. Mikumo groaned as he collapsed face down on the ground with a foot raised into the air. Izuku rolled his eyes as he grabbed the foot and dragged him out with it, with their two classmates following them. Grass rustled as something slithered through them. Light was on in a wooden cabin, even as the moon was shining in the sky. Inside, there was a pair of men standing near a table and talking. Seriously, Oki? You're taking a day off? Why do you need a day off? We don't do anything out here, a man with a mouse head said as he munched on a block of cheese. Well, my daughter's first birthday is coming up, his coworker chuckled. Oh yeah, that makes sense. How is the little tyke? She's great. She started to walk a while ago. Oh man, and you didn't tell me. Tell me you at least got a video. Oh hell yeah. Did you really think I wouldn't take a video? The second man said as he pulled out his phone and began tapping through it. Something tapped on the window outside, catching the two's attention. Did you hear that? Yeah. I'll check it out, the mouse-headed man said as he set down his cheese. Oki nodded as he turned back to his coffee. The mouse-headed man walked out the door and looked around outside. His eyes narrowed, letting him see through the dark a bit better. You see anything, Dai? His coworker called. I'm not seeing any dash. Dai. Oki called again. He walked out the door, looking for his friend. Dai? Where did you go? I swear, if this is another prank dash. It was only when the day workers came to the camp to take over managing the site when Oki's phone was found on the grassy ground, with a video of his walking daughter playing on repeat. Line break. Gunshots rang out as a familiar red-cowled vigilante hurtled through the air, another pro-hero chasing after him. The two were fighting in a dark alleyway, and Red Hood, for the first time in a while, found himself on the back foot. Underground heroes are a pain in the butt. Red Hood grumbled under his breath as he dodged another kick. This underground pro was Switcher. Like most underground heroes, he had excellent skill in martial arts, meaning it was difficult for Red Hood to defeat him like how he did other heroes. Give it up, Red Hood. The young vigilante was sent flying into the wall as Switcher landed a counter-strike against his ribs. He groaned as he rubbed the side of his chest. They weren't broken, but they were definitely bruised. I'm not like those idiots who think that a piece of plastic is enough to get by in this line of work. I gotta say, this is the first time a hero went after me. Did you think that corrupt pros were the only ones you'll be fighting? No, not really. Red Hood groaned as he pushed himself off the cracked wall. It's just that I thought I'd be able to put that off a little longer. You'll find that this is the end of the road for you, Switcher said as he charged again. Red Hood threw himself to the side as Switcher's fist crashed into the wall, instantly healing from the impact afterwards. However, Red Hood was quick to take advantage of Switcher's pause to land a roundhouse kick to the back of his head, knocking him through the hole made in the bricks. The two tumbled in and got to their feet. Red Hood whipped out his pistol and fired a shot as he spun around. Switcher easily sidestepped the shot and smirked. You missed, kid. Did I? What? Switcher whirled around to look at where the bullet landed. On the brick wall, which was standing still. And metal-tipped boot slammed into the back of his head and crushed it against the wall. The pro-hero slid down the bricks and laid on the ground, knocked out with a nasty broken nose. Yeah, I did, Red Hood said before taking out some metal cuffs and grabbing a rope he saw nearby. A few minutes later, and Switcher was hanging by his cuffed wrists from the ceiling. Like the Greek titan Antaeus, he heals as long as he touches the ground. Finally, figured that out? You could have told me earlier. You wouldn't learn then. Lady, I wrote those notebooks. Should have had them memorized. Grr. Anyways, now that you're done, hurry back to the base. You got that school trip, right? Yeah. Whatever, Red Hood said as he exited the hole. Gonna see if my cousin is awake. You should recover first. I can tough it out. Nothing's broken. Kana sighed over the radio at her student's stubbornness. Alright, just don't push it. Yeah. And don't push your cousin off the roof while sparring again. Yeah. Line break. You seriously kicked him off the roof? Itsuka repeated. That's what I just said. You are impossible, Itsuka sighed. Izuku scoffed as he sat back and crossed his arms. Setsuna laughed as she sat down next to Izuku, with Mikumo sitting across from her. He pulled out another game, blocked a half-hearted kick from his cousin with his knee, and began getting lost into his own world. Yamikumo really likes his games, huh, Deku? Setsuna commented. Annoyingly. So, ready for a week of forest fun? No, the four were on a bus with the rest of their class, heading to the mountains for a week of camping. There were 3 classes of 20, making 60 classes, and a few upperclassmen, like Chikuchi, volunteered to help supervise. Much to the cousins' chagrin, Itsuka had decided to sign them up for them. Izuku because he was an antisocial grump, and Mikumo to get him more used to his classmates. You've been camping a lot, Deku? Setsuna asked as she tapped her phone, pulling up a movie. Had better things to do. Something that didn't change, Izuku said, giving Itsuka the stink eye. Well, I think this will be good for the two of you. If I was allowed to bring my guns, I'd shoot your foot. Why did you think that you'd be allowed to bring your guns? We're not even allowed to use our quirks unless it's an emergency. And what the hell am I supposed to do in an emergency? Kick it like you usually do. Your ponytail is tied too tight. Don't diss the ponytail. Don't diss my guns. Is this entire bus ride going to be filled with this? Mikumo asked as he looked up from his game. It's funny, Setsuna shrugged. Izuku looked over to her and blinked. Is that the new All Might movie? You want to watch? Sure. Setsuna handed over an earpiece, and the two began watching. Itsuka blinked. I thought he didn't like heroes. Could have fooled me, Mikumo said. He has an entire wall in his room dedicated to All Might merch. I guess he just likes All Might then. The bus ride was silent for the group as the four did their own things. Izuku and Setsuna watched movies, Itsuka read a book, and Mikumo completed a few games. The rest of the bus was atrociously loud, but you win some, you lose some. After a few hours, they finally made it to their destination and got off the bus, lining up in lines. About half an hour later, the classes were separated into several cabins and were given free time after dropping off their stuff. Hey Kenchan, let's explore the woods. Setsuna called. Sure. You two coming? No thanks. Fuff. The two girls walked through the forest with Itsuka dragging Mikumo by his foot and Setsuna dragging Izuku by his shirt. I thought they said that they wanted us to explore the fall forest and see the fall colors. Everything is still green, Mikumo said. Good grief, Izuku said as he stood up and walked behind the girls, slightly hunched over and grumbling. Suddenly, leaves ruffled nearby. Izuku and Setsuna instantly snapped to attention, looking at where the sound came from. Izuku narrowed his eyes as Setsuna eyed the area with a wary eye. Think it might be a classmate? She asked. If it's someone trying to spook us, I'll kick their butt, he said. Never lose that aggression, Deku, Setsuna said as they walked to catch up with their friends. Though if they looked a little closer, they would have noticed something slithering. Line break. The forest walk was surprisingly nice. The forest was still green, but some trees were turning into their autumn forms. There were birds chirping, the mountain air was fresh, and they soon came across a large lake that sparkled like gems. After spending a bit skipping stones, in which Izuku was disgruntled to find that he still can't skip stones even after 10 years, they eventually started hiking back. Boy, that was fun, Setsuna said as the group of four made it back to the camp. Izuku sighed as he scratched the back of his head. I guess that wasn't a complete waste of time, he admitted. I even got a decent workout, Itsuka said. I'm not that heavy, Mikumo interjected, now covered in leaves, sticks, and a bit of dirt from being dragged through the forest. There you four are. The group snapped to attention as Chikuchi came up to them. Izuku gave her the stink eye, but she seemed to still be ignoring him for some reason. Just like how she's been doing for the past 3 weeks. What's up? Setsuna asked. We've been looking for you four for the past 10 minutes. A pair of the night shift apparently disappeared last night, so the staff want us to leave for safety, Chikuchi said, making Izuku and Itsuka's eyes narrow. Anyone else disappeared? Itsuka asked. No. Everyone from school is safe, Chikuchi said. All right, let's get going then, Itsuka said. The four, now joined by their third-year schoolmate, quickly made their way to the buses, where the students were all grouped up. Togai, you found them. Excellent, one of the teachers said when she spotted the group. Is everyone okay? Itsuka asked again. We're fine, but there's a bit of an issue, the teacher said. Let me guess. We can't leave. The group did a double-take and looked past them at a bus, where Izuku was kneeling next to a tire. What's up, Deku? Setsuna asked as she made her way over. She looked and narrowed her eyes as she spotted something. Who popped the tires? It looks like they used something big. A stake or a wedge of some kind, probably wood. Or maybe it was a quirk in some way, Izuku said as he pulled the hole open, showing its size. Not a clean pierce, so the tire was partially ripped. Someone doesn't want us to leave here, Setsuna muttered as she looked at the tire. She looked up and spotted each of the other buses, each having their own flat tires. On top of that, some joker decided to cut all communications by cutting the phone lines, one of the camp staff said as he came over. He looked at the teens. I don't suppose you kids can call for help? With what service? Izuku grumbled as he showed the lack of phone data on his phone. We're in the mountain. Oh, this is bad. So very bad. The teacher began to freak out. See, calm down, miss. Things will be fine. I'll go down the mountain. You and your classes only need to bunker down in the cabin. Then everything will be fine, the staff member assured her. It's a long trip, though. Are you sure it's going to be okay? Itsuka asked in concern. The staff member slapped his leg. I'm used to long hikes, he said with a grin. Line break. Before long, the students were all gathered at the campfire site while the staff guy jogged off to get help. There were mutterings and protests from the 60-plus students. Some were understandably scared. Others were impatient and bored, wanting something to do. But standing at the edge of the group was Izuku, Setsuna, Itsuka, and Mikumo. So, Deku, any reason why you're glaring at the forest like it had an opinion? Setsuna asked, half teasing. Bite me. Hamph. That wasn't an invitation. Midoriya? Is there a reason? Itsuka interjected as Izuku pulled Setsuna's jaw off his shirt and threw it away. Setsuna reattached it with a smirk as Izuku turned back to the forest. If there really is something or someone waiting to attack, chances are they hid in the forest, where there are more hiding places. So if we do have a mystery attacker, they might come from there, he said. Itsuka blinked and followed his stare. Good point. The group fell silent as all four members gazed at the forest, waiting for something to happen. Hours passed, and people were starting to really get restless. Some students were sitting down while others were entertaining themselves with games or messing with others. Some of the teachers handed out snacks and drinks, and now there was some litter here and there. Mikumo had sat down and was taking a nap. Setsuna was playing with a stick she found, but was still giving the forest a side-eye. Itsuka was now in a seiza, still watching the forest. Izuku had taken to circling the group, checking all directions in case he was wrong. But it got harder to see as the sun set. All right, students, a teacher called, catching everyone's attention. It looks like it's taking longer than we thought. For now, everyone go to your cabins. Make sure no one is out when they're not supposed to. With more grumbling, students began to file towards their cabins. Setsuna got up and stretched, getting a few pops as Itsuka woke Mikumo up and took him to his cabin. But as she made to go to her cabin, Setsuna noticed Izuku, simply standing there. Hey Deku? You coming? She called. Izuku didn't respond, still staring into the distance. The sun was almost gone, basking the area with an orange light. He continued to stare with furrowed brows until the light finally disappeared. He turned and made his way to the cabins with Setsuna at his side. I don't like this, he grumbled, looking around. Me neither. Setsuna was completely serious. She looked at the main cabin, where the teacher in charge of the trip appeared to be arguing with some staff members inside. She narrowed her eyes when she spotted something inside with them and smirked. Deku, you know how to use a shotgun? Yeah. Why? They have a shotgun in the conference room. Probably for security. Izuku looked over, spotting the same thing. A classic Mossberg. I know how to use that. Then I guess I won't be completely unarmed if things go for the worse, Izuku said as he gave a vicious grin. The two separated and went to their respective cabins. The boy ignored his loud cabin mates as they messed around for a couple of hours before a TA came in and told them to go to bed. Still, I don't like this. Being in a dangerous situation without my cowl and guns is making me feel more vulnerable than I thought. I guess I'll just have to stay extra on guard to make up for it. I don't have armor to take the hit for me, Izuku thought as he settled down in the top bunk of one of the beds. Did his classmates really think he'd settle for lower bunks? He looked at the old wooden roof, thinking, before his eyes finally closed. Line break. Slithering. 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 Something was slithering through the dark once again. It already had 3 and now there were many more. It was time to hunt. The thing slithered silently through the grass, heading to one of the wooden cabins. Poking through a section of rotting wood, it slid towards one of the sleeping students. A young man with an interesting power, one that allowed him to move rather quickly. The thing slid forwards more, and a single barb appeared at the end of it. It lunged quickly and plunged the barb into the boy's skin. He awoke with a gasp, but it was too late. Something was beginning to poke through the skin where the thing had stabbed him, and soon grew to completely envelop him. Even as he gurgled and choked and gasped, the parasite completely overtook him. Soon one of it rose. It rose, and its own tendrils grew from its head, quickly moving to the rest. They screamed as they woke up, but it was too late. It was time to continue. Line break. Setsuna was glad she left one of her ears outside, allowing her to catch the scream. She instantly woke up and jumped down from her bunk, landing silently like a cat. She looked around, seeing that the rest of the was asleep before stealthily dashing outside. She shivered slightly in the cold before moving around, eyes opened and used to the dark due to her late-night profession. She quickly darted across the campsite to where her ear had heard the scream, said body part flying through the air and rejoining her head. Okay, where did that come from? She muttered. She came across a cabin for one of the boy groups and examined it. She was at the back of the cabin, and she spotted a small hole. She bent down to examine it while her left eye popped out of her head and scanned the area behind her, as it was the forest, and she remembered what Deku had told her. It's not just from rot. It looks like something broke through, she thought. She reattached her eye and slowly snuck to the front of the cabin. OSH-. Setsuna gasped as she looked at the cabin. The door was completely smashed to pieces, and the inside looked like a war zone. She began to go inside, but paused. She looked down at the grass, where pieces of the door were scattered around. Why did the door explode from the inside? She muttered. Something shifted, and she immediately spun around to see a tendril coming at her like a bullet. With a yelp, she jumped backwards, but the tendril managed to strike her left bicep. She jumped away from the cabin, groaning as she felt something begin to grow inside of her bicep. This is 50 pounds of nope, she proclaimed as she detached the part of her arm and sent it flying away. More tendrils exploded from the arm and wrapped around it. The creature growled, and the tendrils tightened before, in front of Setsuna's very eyes, they crushed her arm with a wet crunch. Setsuna hissed as she grabbed her left shoulder. A sudden numbness was spreading through what remained of her arm. Damn it. It's a good thing it's just an arm. Setsuna Tokage. Quirk. Lizard tail splitter. Deku will only acknowledge it as splitter as, in his own words, it's mouthful and you don't look like a lizard. She can split her body into 20 pieces and move them around with her mind. Should any one of them be destroyed, she can eventually regenerate them. However, if a body part is destroyed, any other body part that acts as an extension or add-on becomes numb and can only be moved around with her mind. It can't function how it normally would. It'll take at least an hour for that piece to regrow back. And I can't let them get my head, she thought. She examined the monster in front of her. It looked like a green humanoid, with a large bulbous head that had a pair of red glowing eyes glaring at her. Veins were bulging all over its body, and tendrils were wriggling from the head. 3-fingered hands clenched and unclenched as the monster glared at her. You are pretty ugly. Setsuna swallowed and grinned. Mind telling me why you're harassing a bunch of minors? Crack. Fair enough. Setsuna spun around and shot into the air, leaving her feet behind to run across the grass as the rest of her flew. She gripped her jaw and threw it in a different direction with one of her eyes before flying the other way. Line break. Highwitch. Itsuka yelled as she slapped away more tendrils and backflipped backwards. Monsters were in front of her, growling as they began to lumber closer to her. She readjusted her stance, swallowing nervously. Kenshin, we got okay, looks like you're acquainted. Setsuna's mouth cut itself off when her eye spotted that Itsuka was dealing with something similar. Itsuka glanced at the floating mouth and eye before focusing back on the monsters. Another monster launched their tentacles at her, prompting the martial artist to parry them before jumping away to dodge the others. Tentacles kept coming at her, making her grunt in annoyance. They just keep coming. Come on, let's see if we can find the rest of the class or any of the teachers, Setsuna said. We need to save people here. Itsuka argued. She looked at the monsters, prompting Setsuna's eye to do the same. What? I saw them. I was doing some stretching before bed. Some weird tentacle came in and stung the others in the cabin, turning them into those things. What? Setsuna looked at them. If she had eyelids, she would have narrowed them as she thought. Is it some kind of quirk? Some kind of zombification quirk, she thought. We'll figure it out later. Let's find Deku and Yamakumo and the rest of the class. Setsuna insisted. Itsuka glanced over at them before running in the direction that Setsuna's jaw was flying. The monsters lumbered after them, tendrils lashing out at them. Follow me, Setsuna said as her eye looked back at the monsters. Itsuka went side to side, following her friend's jaw and dodging the tentacles. She glanced back before dashing behind a cabin to dodge some tentacles coming at her like spears. Sheesh, they just keep coming, huh? She grumbled. Tell me about it. Gah! Itsuka lashed out, knocking Izuku off his feet with a punch to his cheek, leaving him dazed on the ground. Itsuka and Setsuna looked down at him in surprise with his cousin looking down at him with a toneless expression. That doesn't count. Izuku flipped to his feet and brushed himself off as Mikumo looked around for the monsters, who seemed to have abandoned the chase. Izuku looked at Setsuna with a strange look. Kelp, where's your body? Had to abandon it to find Kenshin here. Go find it. Huh. Go find your body. It'll be fine. It looks like these monsters might be the result of a quirk, if what I saw in my cabin was anything to go by. If they're the result of a quirk, chances are that they're triggered by a certain stimuli, probably sight considering how easily you guys escaped them. With just an eyeball and jaw, chances are they won't see you that easily. Sure. Rendezvous at the teacher's cabin. Stay out of sight before and after you get your body. See if you can find anyone else on the way. Got it? Setsuna didn't argue and zipped into the distance. Izuku turned back to the other two and jerked his head to the teacher's cabin. I'll get to the teacher's cabin to see if there's anything we can use for defense against these freaks. You two go see if there's anyone else you haven't turned into one of them. Wait, how come you get to go there? Mikumo complained. Izuku gave him an unimpressed look before running to the cabin. Let's do what we said. No point arguing, Itsuka said as she enlarged her hands and picked Mikumo up by his sides. Itsuka Kendo. Quirk, big hand. She can enlarge her hands up to 5 times their normal size, enhancing their durability and grip size correspondingly. Come on. I can walk. I doubt you will. I'm not that lazy. I know, your cousin is rubbing off of me. Line break. Izuku Midoriya would never admit it, but he had a lot of gratitude for his teacher. Kana knew what she could do, and what he could do, and adjusted his training program to increase what he can do. And right now, he can easily sneak around the monsters with his training. Alternate your steps. Shift your body with every movement so that your walk is silent. Rah! Apparently you guys have radar. Izuku dodged a tentacle strike and grabbed the limb to pull the zombie into a kick, knocking the monster back into its friend. Izuku twisted around some more tentacle swings and launched another kick that sent another zombie into the air where it landed on the ground. He spun and kicked another one down to flip over the last one. He jumped up and drop-kicked the zombie, sending it tumbling into the others before running away. Line break. Alright, finally got my body back, Setsuna said as she rubbed her reconnected jaw. She looked around the tree where a dark figure slunk off, no longer seeing their target. Alright, better head to the teacher's cabin before Deku finds a reason to yell at me, she thought as she ran. Being a cat thief for the last few years came in handy as she easily slipped past several other monsters, grimacing as she counted the amount. Counting the ones I've seen earlier, that makes 12, at least. 12 classmates. If this is a quirk, hopefully we can find the user fast. Who knows what being a weird tentacle zombie out of hentai would do to them if they stay like that for too long. Setsuna quickly broke free of the shadows of the forest before dashing towards the teacher's lounge. She hurried up to a door and opened it up. Sensei, Sensei, she called. She paused when she saw no one inside. Sensei? Setsuna called as she cautiously walked inside. There was a small sound. She cautiously walked towards it. Sendash. Get down. Izuku suddenly yelled as he appeared and tackled Setsuna. She only had time for her eyes to widen in surprise as the muzzle of a shotgun pointed out of the room and fired a blast. The pellets brushed through her hair as she fell before the two green heads landed. Izuku immediately rolled off Setsuna and shot towards the zombie, kicking it while yanking on the shotgun. The firearm ripped out of its hands as Izuku flipped back and landed with said weapon in hand. The zombie growled as he and Setsuna ran outside. That was way too close, she panted. No kidding. The teachers are all taken over already. We need to regroup with Ponytail and Mikumo. It'll be safer if we stick together, Izuku said. I'll find them, Setsuna promised as she split apart and flew off. Izuku grimaced as he turned around, spotting various zombies lumbering around. He scaled a nearby cabin and pet his new shotgun. When he saw that the teacher's cabin had been overrun, he tried to steal it earlier, but only managed to get a couple extra shells before a zombie grabbed it instead. This could be bad, he muttered. When things go south, you have two choices. Either you fight on your own terms or you make them your own. Kaina's words echoed in Izuku's mind. But how the hell do I make them my own when the whole Demon Forest is against me?